Chapter 506. The two slowly woke up, their lower bodies still tightly joined together, and the air was filled with a rotting smell that made Su Yin shy. She couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms, but just as she was about to move, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, looking at Yang Kai's eyes with both fear and expectation. She felt that the thing inside her body had once again become hard, like a red-hot iron, burning her whole body, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. With just a slight movement, it brought about an incomparably strong stimulation. Yang. Just like before, she had only managed to utter a single word when Su Yan's voice was replaced by a moan. The tidal wave of impact made it impossible for her to open her mouth and utter a complete sentence. Only whispering and moaning could be heard. The two gave and took as much as they liked, blending together like water, without any distinction between each other. Su Yan didn't know how many times she had woken up, but her body was still trembling unconsciously. Her snow-white body was suffused with an enchanting red light, and between her slender legs, there was a pool of mud. Yang Kai. Biting her thin red lips, Su Yan stared at the ceiling of the ice cave, her beautiful eyes blurred, like a fish on the brink of death, weakly saying, "Let me go, I can't do it anymore." Even now, she still felt like she was floating in the clouds. This feeling made her infatuated, but also terrified her. She couldn't resist Yang Kai's demands, and even though she knew in her heart that it was time to stop, her body still reacted instinctively, fiercely responding to his demands. Towards this man's impact, she was both afraid and in love with him. "Then let's stop here for now." Yang Kai grinned. "We'll fight another day." Su Yin slowly got up, resisting the soreness in her waist, and glared at him. "It's all your fault. You only cared about. We haven't even started cultivating yet." Yang Kai laughed dryly. The yin-yang joyous unification art with Su Yin had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to have sex to dual cultivate, but Yang Kai still chose to use the most instinctive and barbaric method to possess the woman in front of him, not even thinking about cultivating. "I'm afraid it's too late to cultivate now. Let's talk about it when we get back." Yang Kai shook his head. "We seem to have been here for more than 2 days. The several martial uncles should be anxious." And Su Yan's face suddenly became bright red. A man and a woman alone together for 2 days. Even a fool could guess what would happen. Even if Su Yan's temperament was mild, she couldn't help but feel a kind of shyness from not being able to see anyone again. She slowly got up, like a virtuous wife to a husband's heart to help Yang Kai. "Yang SSSSS, SSSSSSS, SSSSSSSS. Sus TSSS Tuzas. SSS to break." "Almost. Just a little more." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes flashing as he stared at Su Yin. "But you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. It seems that if I want to catch up to you, I'll have to work harder." "That's all thanks to the medicinal liquid you gave me." Su Yin nodded lightly. "That thing can really cleanse my body. My cultivation speed is now much faster than before, and here, there is a very suitable cultivation environment for me." More than a year ago, when he separated from Su Yin, she was only at the peak of the Yuan-Qi boundary, the same as Yang Kai now, only a step away from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. Now that they met again, she was already at the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply incredible. After all, after a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary, the speed at which their strength increased was relatively slow. No matter how good your external strength is, if you don't have a solid foundation, it's not enough. In the end, it's all because of your talent. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly burying his head between her 2 peaks and taking a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this enchanting scent deep in his mind. Su Yan smiled softly and quietly hugged him. After a while, Yang Kai straightened up and glanced down at his crotch, helplessly saying, "I seem to have, Su Yan was shocked. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. "In any case, they've already waited for more than 2 days. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer." Saying so, he pulled Su Yin into his arms. After an hour, Yang Kai was satisfied and watched Su Yin quickly dress herself before helping Yang Kai with his clothes. After suffering a loss once, how could she dare to show her body in front of Yang Kai again? If she allowed this man to continue like this, she feared it would be 10 days or half a month before they could leave the ice cave. After the two of them were fully dressed, Su Yin reluctantly looked back at the ice cave. After leaving this place, she didn't know when she would be able to return. This place was very suitable for her to cultivate and gather cold chi very quickly. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find a suitable place to cultivate. What do you want to take away? Yang Kai saw Su Yan's reluctance and asked. Su Yan shook her head and said with some regret, I can't take it away. I'll have to come back later. I can take it away. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile. Su Yan glanced at him and chuckled. This ice bed, can you take it away with you? Yang Kai nodded, a serious expression on his face. No need. This seems to be 10,000-year-old ice. I tried to lift it, but I couldn't. Even if you can move it, it's impossible to take it elsewhere. The small bag you gave me before couldn't hold this thing. Su Yin had a universe bag in her hands. This universe bag was originally given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and after opening the black book space, it was transferred to Su Yin by Yang Kai. However, the space in that universe bag wasn't big enough to hold such a large ice bed. Look, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and walked over to the ice bed that still had their auras on it, reaching out and covering it with his hand. Su Yan's expression froze. Although she didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, she faintly felt a sense of expectation, as if this man would do something very unexpected. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw a flash of light appear on the ice bed that weighed 10,000 kilograms and immediately disappear. Su Yan's mouth opened slightly, almost unable to believe her eyes. She immediately released her divine sense, but couldn't find the slightest clue, causing her brow to wrinkle slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face. Where did it go? Looking at the proud Yang Kai, Su Yin hurriedly asked. I have another artifact that can store things, and its space is much larger than your universe bag. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yin gently nodded. No wonder. Learning that Yang Kai had such a priceless treasure, Su Yin was only slightly shocked before immediately feeling a sense of pride in her heart. Because this was her man, his methods were amazing and his heritage was strong. Su Yin secretly thought to herself, sharing glory and glory together, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai made a move, even if he pierced a hole in the heavens, it was only natural. The frigid cold in the ice cave was all because of the ice bed. It could be said that the ice bed was the only treasure in this place. As long as she had it, Su Yin could create her ideal cultivation environment wherever she wanted. In the village, everyone was ready to go. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles sat down, their expressions meticulous and their attitudes cautious. To the side, Ingjiu also sat there silently. The atmosphere was particularly dignified. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles had been accompanying the Yang family blood warrior for 2 days now, not moving at all. At first, they wanted to talk to Ingjiu, but Ingjiu was a man of few words, so how could they have a conversation? In the end, the several martial uncles stopped talking and everyone waited like they were sitting on pins and needles, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Everyone was wondering in their hearts why Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. The younger generation of disciples seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here and didn't dare approach within 300 meters, all of them hiding far away, lest they be dragged along by their martial uncles and become scapegoats. Just as they were feeling anxious, Sassafras rushed in from the outside and cupped his fists. Several martial uncles, Brother Yang and elder sister have returned. Returned? The several martial uncles felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly got up, their faces filled with a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh as they hurried out. They weren't willing to stay here for even a breath longer. Facing such a powerful and indifferent Yang family blood warrior, any one of them would feel a great deal of pressure. Just as they stepped out of the door, they saw Yang Kai and Su Yin walking over together. One of the martial uncles had tears in his eyes as he stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand, shaking it vigorously as he said, "Martial nephew, you've finally returned. We've been waiting for a long time." HM? Yang Kai frowned, wondering why these martial uncles had suddenly become so enthusiastic. When he came here 2 days ago, they weren't like this. Su Yin, who was standing to the side, misunderstood and overheard these words. Her face couldn't help blushing bright red, somewhat embarrassed to meet these people. Her cold face flushed red, making her more attractive than ever. "We're all ready, Marshal Nephew, please. If you're ready, then let's go." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." The martial uncle waved his hand and shouted loudly. Then, he and the other martial uncles rushed out in a hurry. Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding why these martial uncles were so anxious, as if they were about to be reincarnated. "Little Lord." Ingjiu came up and greeted him. "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Nothing." Ingjiu shook his head, inadvertently glancing over at Su Yin, his expression changing slightly. He discovered that although this woman with a cold temperament and stunning appearance was not very old, her cultivation had already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator, but he was the Central Capital's #1 genius, the future successor of the Lu family. But what about her? This woman was incredible. In an instant, Ingjiu realized just how terrifying High Heaven Pavilion was. The Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion. The Little Lord was also from High Heaven Pavilion, and this woman in front of him was even more so. This sect even had an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It seemed that the veiled Xia girl who was performing alchemy in his house and Meng Wuya who lifted his Qi binding seal were both from High Heaven Pavilion. Was this sect really just a second-class sect? Ingjiu suddenly became confused. Chapter 507. More than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion, under the leadership of Yang Kai, were quickly rushing towards War City. When they arrived here, it had only taken Yang Kai and Ingjiu less than 2 days, including the time it took to find them. But now, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to return. After all, the strength of these brothers and sisters was somewhat mixed. Although many of them had broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, there were still many separation and reunion boundary and Qi transformation boundary cultivators. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry, though, simply chatting and laughing with Su Yin as he led the way, enjoying this moment of leisure. After not seeing Su Yin for more than a year, the physical and mental bond between the two had not faded and had instead become even stronger. Walking side by side with her, Yang Kai could even feel that the Yuan Qi in their bodies was fusing in a very strange way. From time to time, it was as if a single thought from the other could be faintly understood by the other. This feeling was quite wonderful. Heart and body is one, heart and heart is one. It was likely they were not far from each other. At this moment, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from War City, a large number of people were lurking in the thick grass, quietly waiting. At the head of this group was Qiu Ziruo of the Central Capital's Qiu family, Qiu Yiming's half-brother. Qiu Ziruo was originally an ally of the Yang family's 6th young lord, Yang Shen, but on that night, Yang Kai had attacked Yang Shen's house and taken away his flag, forcing him to withdraw. Yang Shen's forces had been transferred to the 7th young lord, Yang Ying, and Qiu Ziruo had followed Yang Ying. A few days later, Yang Ying took the initiative to forfeit and gathered his cultivators in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Ziruo had now changed his allegiance 3 times, causing him to feel extremely depressed. Although this kind of change was inevitable, it was still a loss of face for him. At the very least, his vision was very problematic. Whichever Yang family young lord he followed, that Yang family young lord would be eliminated. Before the start of the Inheritance War, he, Qiu Yiming, and the Qiu family patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, had discussed the direction of the Inheritance War. Qiu Yiming was very optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't hesitate to temporarily leave the family and bring a group of Autumn Rain Hall members to join him. Facts proved that Qiu Yiming had chosen a good ally. As for Yang Shen, who Qiu Ziruo and Qiu Shoucheng both thought highly of, he was unable to last until the end. Qiu Ziruo also held his breath and vowed to assist Yang Zhao in winning the Inheritance War in order to consolidate his position as the family's successor. In addition to Qiu Ziruo, the Kang family's Kang Zhan was also here. These two were the young lords of the Central Capital's 8 great families, as well as the future patriarchs of the 8 great families. If they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, without the help of the 8 great families, it would be impossible to control the situation. So these two had been sent out by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had to remain in War City. If he left, he would likely follow in Yang Shun's footsteps. Beside them were the Xiang clan's Xiang Chu and the Nan clan's Nan Sheng. These two families had countless grievances with Yang Kai, so when they learned that they were going to send troops to deal with Yang Kai, they naturally took the initiative to volunteer, so that they could wash away their previous humiliation. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Apart from that, there were 3 or 4 other forces that weren't weak, and they were all gathered here. Brother Kong, is the information second young lord obtained accurate? That Yang Kai wouldn't act so recklessly, right? After waiting for more than a day without any news, Qiu Ziruo couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Kong Zhan heard this and chuckled. Brother Qiu, please wait patiently. Since second young lord said so, there should be no problem. Qiu Ziruo couldn't help glancing over at Kong Zhan suspiciously. Brother Kong seems to hold second young lord in high regard. Kong Zhan smiled lightly. I'm not afraid Brother Qiu will laugh at me. In fact, at the beginning of the Inheritance War, I wanted to ally with second young lord, because I felt that with second young lord's methods, he would be able to achieve great things. Oh? Then why did you choose seventh young lord? Qiu Ziruo raised his brow, not quite understanding. Kong Zhan was originally an ally of Yang Ying's seventh young lord, but after Yang Ying abstained, he switched allegiance to Yang Zhao. I had no choice. Kong Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Second young lord chose the Xian row of the Yi family, so I could only choose someone else. Qiu Ziruo's eyes flashed a trace of understanding and ambiguity as he nodded. Beautiful women always have some advantages. And all men like beautiful women, especially Yi Xian row's delicate appearance. Kong Zhan licked his lips. Qiu Ziruo also grinned meaningfully. As young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, the two of them were quite familiar with Yi Xian row's character and background. Naturally, they knew that this woman's relationship with Yang Zhao was not ordinary. It was also because of this that Yi Xian Rou was now very important to Yang Zhao. Although Qiu Ziruo and Kong Zhan were both Yang Zhao's allies, their status was not as high as Yi Xian Rou's. However, they didn't care much about this. Obviously, their status wasn't low either. This news is said to have been obtained by that woman herself when she went to the central capital to inquire about it. Kong Zhan smiled wretchedly. With the Yi family's first young lady personally taking action, how could a trivial vice sect leader of an underground force not be able to handle him? I'm afraid that with just a little bit of sweetness, she'll fall head over heels for him. That's true. Qiu Ziruo nodded, thinking that if Yi Xian Rou used a beauty trap on him, would he be able to keep this a secret? Especially when his life was on the line. Even if Yang Kai is smart, I'm afraid he never imagined that with just a few clues, the second young lord would be able to infer that he had left War City. Kong Zhan smiled softly. He thinks his plan is watertight, but in fact, there are still some flaws. No one is perfect. Qiu Ziruo shook his head slightly. Yang Kai is about the same age as us. If he had been too perfect, how could we still live? Kong Zhan nodded. Having said that, it was still undeniable that Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. If it weren't for the second young lord's meticulous attention to detail, it was likely he wouldn't have been able to grasp this rare opportunity. Young Master Xiang, Young Master Nan, Ingjiu by Yang Kai's side. I'll have to rely on the masters from your 2 families to contain him. Kong Zhan suddenly turned to Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and said. Xiang Chu nodded and faintly said, It's my duty. Nan Sheng's face flashed a trace of malice and viciousness as he stroked his broken finger and coldly declared, This time our 2 families have dispatched 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in order to contain that Ingjiu. As long as we can avenge my broken finger, my Nan family will follow the 2 young lords' orders. Kong Zhan glanced at him and nodded slightly, no longer saying anything. Yang Kai had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Demon in his house, and it was because of this Demon Master's provocation that Yang Zhao had asked the Xiang and Nan families to send 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to assist him. Such a master would rarely appear in the Inheritance War. After all, Even first-class forces didn't have many peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. If one of them died in the Inheritance War, it would be a big loss for those forces. However, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng obviously hated Yang Kai to the extreme, so in the face of Yang Zhao's request, they readily agreed. These two masters had only been in Yang Kai's house for about a month. Their original intention was to prepare for a rainy day and suppress the evil demon masters who were targeting Yang Kai's house. But now they had come in handy. Although Ingju was a young family blood warrior and his strength was also at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters should be enough to contain him, right? Regarding this battle, no matter who it was, everyone was full of confidence. None of them could have imagined that the current Ingju was already a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. More and more people were sent out to investigate the surrounding situation, all of them holding their breaths and restraining their auras as they waited quietly. A day later, there was finally news. About 100 people were approaching this place. In about an hour, they would arrive here. Kong Zhan's expression shook as he shouted, "Everyone, if we can eliminate Yang Kai here, after returning to the house, Second Young Lord will definitely look upon us in a new light. I hope all of you will not underestimate this enemy." Everyone nodded. "Should we launch a sneak attack?" Qiu Zirua asked excitedly. Kong Zhan glanced over at him and frowned, shaking his head. "Our scouts were able to discover them, so they must have also discovered us. How can we launch a sneak attack? Let's fight openly. I want Yang Kai to regret offending me." Nan Sheng grinned, his yuan qi rising fiercely. "That's right. We'll go out and fight openly. After today, there will no longer be a Yang Kai in the Inheritance War." Kong Zhan shouted, "Let's go." 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Yang Zhao had only been able to infer his actions based on the movements of Bamboo Knot Gang's sect master Pang Qi, so how could Yang Kai have known? When he discovered that someone was spying on them from a distance, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The other party had been able to block his path back so clearly. Obviously, they knew where he was going. It was impossible for Pang Qi to betray him. He should still be in Qiu Yimeng's house, and Qiu Yimeng wouldn't have leaked this information. The problem lay with the other members of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In an instant, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. It seemed that he would have to clean up after returning. However, even so, Yang Kai didn't regret his actions. If he could choose again, he would still choose to come out and greet the High Heaven Pavilion people, all for the sake of meeting Su Yin earlier. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yin couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and shook his head. "Nothing. There's just someone blocking the way." Su Yin's face immediately became gloomy. Last time, she and Yang Kai had agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but Qiu Yimeng had disrupted their plans, causing them to be separated for more than a year. This time, she had only just reunited with Yang Kai, but now she had run into trouble again. Su Yin hated these people who disrupted her time with Yang Kai. Who's blocking the way? The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles behind suddenly became nervous. "It's probably my second brother's people." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Wei shouldn't have done such a thing, nor did he have the capital to do so. Inferring, the people blocking the way should be Yang Zhao's subordinates. "Several martial uncles, there may be a fight. You don't need to worry about me, just protect the sect's disciples. Can't we avoid them?" The current strength of High Heaven Pavilion's people was too weak, so the several martial uncles were obviously fighting. They came prepared. We can't avoid them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with annoyance. Chapter 508. Even though High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, it still had several thousand disciples. However, after the last calamity, only 100 or so disciples remained loyal to the sect. Although there were still many people in High Heaven Pavilion, their loyalty to the sect was obviously not as good as the disciples here. These people were the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's revival. They absolutely could not suffer any more losses. The news of a possible battle quickly spread, and although many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples were somewhat surprised, none of them showed any fear. On the contrary, people like Sassafras actually showed some excitement. They had been hiding from the wind and waves for more than a year, and they had had enough of hiding. Now that they had Kai Yang's protection, they naturally didn't need to fear anything. Instead, they felt a little ignorant, because they didn't know what kind of enemy they were about to face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Yang Kai sending people to intercept them was completely beyond his expectations. Since the other party dared to do this, they must be confident they could at least delay Jia. This meant that the other party had a peak immortal ascension boundary master. However, the other party sending such a large number of people would certainly not be able to hide from Qiu Yiming's spies. Perhaps, the people from his residence were also rushing over here. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. Moreover, this wasn't a dead end. They had probably misjudged Jia's true strength. Now that he had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage, his combat power was much greater than before. They didn't know his true strength, and there was also the variable Su Yin. If Yang Zhao's manpower was based on the previous situation, then this time was a good opportunity. But soon, Yang Kai found that he had underestimated Yang Zhao's fear of him. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. Yang Kai swept the crowd with his divine sense and couldn't help smiling bitterly. The other party had dispatched at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4 of them, the Qiu family and Kong family of the central capital, as well as the Xiang family and Nan family of the first-class forces. It could be said that this was a group of well-trained people. At first glance, seeing so many people, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't expected the other side to have so many people. The martial uncles were even more shocked. They instantly understood how important Yang Kai was to the enemy. In order to capture him, they didn't hesitate to send so many people, so many experts. In the wilderness, the 2 groups of people collided. They were separated by a distance of over 300 meters as they looked at each other from afar. 2 pairs of venomous eyes swept over. Following their gazes, Yang Kai rushed towards Xiang Chu and Nan Shang and sneered. Qiu Ziruo's expression was complicated as he stared at the fearless Yang Kai, not knowing what to think. Kang Zhan, on the other hand, remained calm. On the other hand, many of the others were pointing at Su Yin, who was standing beside Yang Kai. Such a person with such a tranquil temperament was naturally very eye-catching. Looking at her, whether man or woman, old or young, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority. Even the 2 young lords from the central capital felt the same. It wasn't that they hadn't seen beautiful women before. With their identity and status, they could have as many as they wanted. However, Su Yan's temperament made them feel that even they weren't qualified to associate with her. On the contrary, when Yang Kai stood next to her, it was as if they were a perfect match. Thinking so, Qiu Ziruo and Kang Zhan's faces couldn't help going black. They didn't think they were any worse than Yang Kai. Lightly coughing, Kang Zhan cupped his fists and shouted, "Ninth young lord, it's been a long time." "Brother Kang." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression calm. "Is my second brother not here?" "Second young lord is busy. This time it was me and brother Qiu who were entertaining ninth young lord. I hope ninth young lord can be magnanimous." Yang Kai sneered and stepped forward, proudly saying, "My second brother didn't come personally and instead sent you 2 here to be scapegoats?" Kang Zhan's face sank as he coldly said, "Ninth young lord, brother Qiu and I are friends. You don't need to speak so harshly, right? I and you too have some kind of friendship?" Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. "How come I don't remember?" With Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziruo, it could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any communication with them. The former, on the other hand, had a few drinks with him not long after returning to the central capital, but they ended up parting on bad terms. As for Qiu Ziruo, he hadn't even spoken to him. Kang Zhan let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Since ninth young lord says so, this Kang won't waste any more words. We really don't have any kind of friendship. Let's see who's the real deal. If you offend me in any way, you can only blame yourself for ninth young lord's bad luck." Likewise, Kang Zhan continued, "Before we left, second young lord told us that if ninth young lord was willing to surrender, we shouldn't embarrass you, so as not to harm your brotherly relationship. So this Kang still has to ask, regarding second young lord's good intentions, Is ninth young lord willing to accept? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. You already know. Why bother asking? Good. Kang Zhan nodded firmly. Why bother talking nonsense with him? The masters from Ixiang and Nan families will hold back Yingjiu. The rest of us will rush up and capture him. Nan Shang's eyes flashed with anger, wishing he could defeat Yang Kai right now and thoroughly humiliate him in order to vent the resentment in these bastards' hearts. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Nan Shang's resentment towards Yang Kai was quite deep. Moreover, this was exactly what he planned to do. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of people with him, only a few of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary, so the people from High Heaven Pavilion were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Kai's voice called out again, Brother Kang, how about we discuss this? What's the matter? Kang Zhan frowned. In this battle, only Yingjiu and I will fight. If you can defeat me and Yingjiu, then you'll have earned a great merit in front of my second brother. Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan and Qiuzi Ruo couldn't help staring at him in disbelief. They hadn't expected that Yang Kai didn't intend to use the 100 or so helpers he had brought with him. Although those 100 or so people were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes, if they really fought, they would definitely be able to cause some losses to his side. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kang Zhan subconsciously thought that Yang Kai wanted to play some kind of trick and hesitated. On Yang Kai's side, the several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and martial seniors all expressed their willingness to lend a hand. Even if they had to die in battle, they couldn't just stand by and watch, all of them resolute. You can't afford to lose anything. Yang Kai shook his head and refused their good intentions, his expression dignified. I am a young family member. They won't dare kill me. If they can't beat me, I can run. They can't do anything to me. But if you go up and suffer casualties, how can I explain this to Grand Master? Martial uncles and martial seniors don't have to help, but I will. Su Yin stared at Yang Kai firmly. Yang Kai looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Su Yan's strength was the same as his own, so he couldn't judge her based on her cultivation. On top of that, if she dual cultivated with him and fought side by side, there may be some unexpected effects. Su Yin smiled, Brother Kang, I've changed my mind. I have 3 people on my side, me, Yingjiu, and my senior sister Su Yin. Yang Kai shouted casually, defeat us and I'll withdraw from the inheritance war. Kang Zhan was still trying to guess what Yang Kai was planning to do, but when he heard this, his expression became strange. He felt that Yang Kai really did have such a plan and wasn't trying to play some kind of trick. It seems that those people are very important to Yang Kai, even making him want to protect them. Nan Shang grinned, his aura becoming dangerous, like a cold viper as he stared towards the High Heaven Pavilion group. Xiang Chu also sneered to the side. Kang Zhan frowned and asked, Ninth young lord, can you tell me why? No reason. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These people are my sect's martial uncles and brothers and sisters. If any of them were to be injured, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself, and if I were to kill them, if I were to kill you and young Master Chiu, you wouldn't be able to return to War City and would have no way to explain to the Kang family and Chiu family. Evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion? Kang Zhan and Qiuzi Ruo's expressions changed, suddenly understanding what sect these 100 or so people belonged to, a trace of dread appearing in their hearts. High Heaven Pavilion couldn't be treated the same as other second-class sects. It was a sect that had produced a demon lord. This proposal is good for both you and me. How about Brother Kang consider it carefully? Yang Kai urged. Young Lord Kang, don't agree. Nan Shang licked his lips as he gloomily stared at the group. Evil sect's people can be killed by anyone. Who knows when a new demon lord will appear among these people? Killing all of them now would be a good precaution. I think so too. Xiang Chu nodded in agreement. Kang Zhan glanced over at them and snorted, knowing that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai had already made his intentions clear, yet they still wanted to counterattack Yang Kai, obviously wanting him to suffer in order to avenge their past grievances. Qiuzi Ruo shook his head and said, Brother Kang, I don't think there's anything wrong with agreeing. In this situation, we have the absolute advantage. At the right time, we can sell him a favor. I don't think second young lord is willing to go too far. In Xiao Ziruo's opinion, capturing Yang Kai this time was already a foregone conclusion, without any suspense. Since that was the case, there was no need to really provoke him. Killing the 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't help them win the inheritance war. It would only make Yang Kai bear a grudge against everyone here. Xiao Ziruo didn't want to be targeted by Yang Kai. After all, he was a somewhat unruly man. Hearing this, Kang Zhan nodded gently. What Brother Qiu says makes sense. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu glanced at each other and couldn't help seeing the annoyance in each other's hearts. In front of them was a perfect opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai, but they didn't have the right to choose, so naturally they were feeling depressed. Ninth young lord, I agree. Kang Zhan shouted loudly. This battle won't affect your sex people, provided they don't intervene, otherwise, they'll be responsible for their own deaths. Of course. Yang Kai gently sighed and smiled. In fact, I'm doing this for your own good. Chapter 509. Listening to Yang Kai's words, even Kang Zhan, who had a good temper, couldn't help coldly snorting, shameless boasting. Agreeing to his proposal was nothing more than not wanting to annoy him. In Kang Zhan's opinion, he was simply giving him face, but now the other party was actually saying it was for his own good. Naturally, he was annoyed by this kind of excuse of waiting for an advantage and pretending to be obedient. Not bothering with this, Kang Zhan waved his hand. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, send your people out. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng nodded, and in the next moment, two streaks of light shot out from the crowd. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others. One of these two was from the Xiang family, while the other was from the Nan family, both old men at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If it weren't for Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng asking for help from their families, the Xiang and Nan family wouldn't have sent them to participate in the inheritance war. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately attacked Ingjiu. Ferocious attacks filled the air as they flew towards Ingjiu, intending to severely injure him. Two peak immortal ascension boundary masters attacking at the same time was truly extraordinary. In just a moment, all the High Heaven Pavilion members felt like they were about to fall apart. This unparalleled power seemed to have created a vortex that sucked in all of their lives. Everyone was shocked, their faces pale. Under such overwhelming power, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu both sneered proudly, secretly looking forward to the moment when Ingjiu would be forced to use his mad tyrant blood skill. Ingjiu's expression remained indifferent, and just as this violent attack was about to reach him, he suddenly disappeared. The masters from the Xiang and Nan families were startled, instantly losing their target. Immediately, a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Hurriedly retreating, a murderous intent quietly approached them from behind. A silhouette so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly was waving two daggers that flickered with cold light, coming from behind to attack. Shadow dancing kill. The void was filled with violent energy, and ripples spread out in all directions like ripples that were created when something was thrown into a lake. Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's proud expressions instantly froze, their eyes trembling violently as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Kang Zhan and Xiao Ziruo were also stunned. Everyone shuddered at the strength Ingjiu had displayed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "Martial uncles, please lead the brothers back a little." Oh. The several martial uncles seemed to have awoken from a dream. In the midst of a battle between three peak immortal ascension boundary masters, they instantly understood that even if they joined the fray, they would only be able to cause more unnecessary deaths, so they quickly led everyone away. Only Yang Kai and Su Yin were left standing side by side. A gust of wind blew past, sweeping up Su Yan's long hair, covering half of her face. Turning her head, she and Yang Kai exchanged a glance, both of them smiling knowingly. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, the three people fighting fiercely separated and looked at each other. Ingjiu was the same as before, his expression indifferent, his body unscathed. On the contrary, the faces of the masters from the Xiang and Nan families were ashen. Many of their robes were torn, and although they weren't injured, this battle made everyone realize that Ingjiu was no longer the same Ingjiu as before. It also made them realize just how terrifying the combat power of the Yang family blood warriors was. Invincible within the same realm, fighting above one's realm was a common occurrence. This was the Yang family blood warrior. Two isn't enough. Ingjiu gripped his two daggers in both hands, faintly shaking his head towards the two masters from the Xiang and Nan families. These words irritated the two masters, causing their expressions to become even uglier. Brother Kong, Ingjiu seems to have broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. Qiuzi Ruo also saw the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In their original plan, with two peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters entangled with Ingjiu, as long as they lost this powerful ally, the rest of them would be able to capture Yang Kai. But now, Si Yang was actually an Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage Ingjiu, ruining their original plan. If two isn't enough, then send more people up. Kang Zhan was also stunned for a moment before coldly saying. Qiuzi Ruo nodded, nodding to several masters in his camp who immediately flew up and stood behind the two masters from the Xiang and Nan families. Two Immortal Ascension 8th stage and two Immortal Ascension 7th stage masters. In addition to the two Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage masters from before, a total of 6 people were confronting Ingjiu, but Ingjiu's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the 4 masters who had just stepped up looked uneasy. Still not enough. Ingjiu shook his head. You want to restrain me? Send more people. Kangzhan and Qiuzi Ruo's expression became cold, secretly thinking that this Ingjiu was too arrogant. Even if he was a Yang family blood warrior, even if he was an Immortal Ascension 9th stage master, in the end, he was still just one person. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Ingjiu suddenly shouted, his vitality madly rising, his yuan qi also fluctuating violently. Everyone's expression changed greatly, never having expected Ingjiu to so decisively use the Blood Warrior's forbidden technique. This was a secret technique that forcibly increased one's vitality at the cost of one's own vitality. Every time it was used, a Blood Warrior's lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the Yang family Blood Warriors, no matter how strong they were, generally didn't have long lifespans. In the blink of an eye, Ingjiu's aura changed, his previous indifferent aura becoming extremely violent, his entire exposed skin becoming as red as a roasted crab, a terrifying red. Shua. Ingjiu seemed to move, but also didn't. But the masters who were confronting him were all shocked, all of them involuntarily retreating a few steps. Pooh. The sound of blood splashing rang out, and a moment later, an Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage master who hadn't even had time to exchange a single blow with Ingjiu suddenly fell from the sky with a dull look on his face. From his throat, blood spurted out like a fountain, and before he even hit the ground, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. A chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, causing them to shiver. Do you think it's enough? Ingjiu twirled the 2 daggers in his hands, his fingers dancing gracefully like butterflies, emitting a despairing aura of death. If you think it's enough, then I'll kill you all. As soon as his voice fell, the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage masters from the Xiang and Nan families shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, all of them stepped forward, summoned their most prized artifacts, and displayed their best methods, sending out a violent wave of energy. Ingjiu's figure shuttled back and forth in this wave of energy, like a lone boat in the midst of a violent storm, rising and falling but never sinking. All Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage masters, go. Kangzhan no longer dared to underestimate Ingjiu. With his Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage strength and his Mad Tyrant blood skill, Ingjiu was already capable of exchanging blows with an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. The few people standing in front of him weren't enough to contain him. Kangzhan immediately issued an order for reinforcements. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk from the crowd. 4 or 5 figures appeared one after another, all of them Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, the number of people these 7 forces could gather. With the addition of these people, Ingjiu's leisurely demeanor finally stagnated for a moment, but it still couldn't stop his strange pace. He was like an indestructible sharp blade. Wherever the 2 daggers slashed, there would be panic in the hearts of the people there. Ingjiu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, in this one versus many situation, actually held the complete dominance, his figure constantly flickering, causing everyone to feel as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts, not daring to relax in the slightest. It's still not enough. Kang Zhan's eyes flashed a look of despair, but just as he finished speaking, the only remaining immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master in the sky let out a scream and fell to the ground. Elder! Someone exclaimed. This person was from one of the 7 forces. His force wasn't too strong, so the loss of an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master was not a small blow to the entire force. Glancing around, the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master's 2 arms had suddenly been separated from his body as he fell. The place where his severed arms had been severed from his body, blood spurting out from them. Send more people. Kang Zhan's face went pale as he continued to order. The several immortal ascension boundary 7th stage masters in the crowd glanced at each other before helplessly rushing forward. With the addition of these people, Ingjia's movements were truly restrained, no longer being able to act as freely as before. With his own strength, he was able to pin down 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, 6 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. The strength of the Yang family blood warriors had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Ingju himself was quite surprised. Before his breakthrough, he had often imagined how much his strength would increase after he broke through. He had also accurately estimated that after his breakthrough, his mad tyrant blood skill might be able to pin down some masters, but it was absolutely impossible for him to face so many of them now. Such a number and level of masters had greatly exceeded Ingjia's original estimation of himself. He didn't understand why, but he knew that he had done just that. Although it was somewhat difficult for him to cope with this situation, he wouldn't have to worry about his life in the short term. Was it because of the mysterious grade pills produced in the pill room? Ingju didn't know, but all he could do now was exert his strength to the greatest extent possible and reduce the burden on Yang Kai as much as possible. Looking at Ingjia, who seemed to be struggling, Kang Zhan and Xiaozi Ruo couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This situation was something they had never imagined before, so they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the second young lord had prepared ahead of time and had allowed the 2 of them to bring so many people. If the 2 of them had followed their original proposal, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with Ingjiu alone, let alone capture Yang Kai. The second young lord was truly far-sighted. At this moment, both Kang Zhan and Xiaozi Ruo couldn't help feeling a trace of admiration for Yang Zhao. It's our turn. Kang Zhan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time. Ingjiu had already been pinned down, so all that was left was to capture Yang Kai. Although most of the masters had been sent out, Kang Zhan was still confident in capturing Yang Kai. After all, he and Xiaozi Ruo each had 2 Immortal Ascension 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families, as well as many from the other forces. With such a lineup, Kang Zhan didn't believe they couldn't capture Yang Kai. Chapter 510. It's our turn. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the sky and softly said to Su Yin. Su Yin nodded slightly, brushing her hair back behind her ear as she smiled. This seems to be the 3rd time we've fought side by side. 3 times? Yang Kai was stunned. Did you forget? Su Yin turned her head and glanced at him. The first time was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, when you saved my life. The second time was under the Coiling Dragon Stream, when you brought up the rear. This is the 3rd time. Does the first time count? Of course it counts. Su Yin smiled happily and whispered, You helped me the first 2 times, but this time, I'll help you. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, chuckling and nodding, Good. Seeing the 2 of them whispering to each other, seemingly flirting with each other, Kang Zhan and Xiaozi Ruo couldn't help feeling their noses become crooked. They felt like they had been completely underestimated. Waving their hands coldly, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the Kang and Qiu families stepped forward to meet Yang Kai and Su Yin. Their movements were neither fast nor slow, and their expressions were indifferent. It was obvious that they had full confidence in capturing Kai Yang. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged as he stared at the four approaching masters with a dignified expression. These four were not ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters. They were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families, each of them possessing extraordinary means. I should be able to deal with 1.5. Su Yin wrinkled her brow, also feeling a lot of pressure from these 4 masters. I'm about the same. Yang Kai nodded gently, relying on his own strength. He could only accomplish this much, but if he used all of his means, he might not be able to. The 4 masters arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, politely cupping their fists and greeting him. "Ninth young lord, please excuse us. Life or death is your own responsibility." Yang Kai grinned. His arrogant words caused the 4 people's faces to darken. One of them coldly shouted, "Ninth young master, just make your move." Before he had even finished speaking, Yang Kai and Su Yin both moved at the same time. One was as hot as the sun, while the other was as cold as ice. 2 completely different energies burst out at the same time. There was no prior communication, no verbal connection, only a spiritual bond, allowing the 2 of them to see through each other's thoughts. A fiery red yuan qi rushed towards them like a raging inferno, enveloping the 4 of them. Perceiving the power contained in this pure and surging yuan qi, all 4 of them couldn't help but frown. Only now did they realize that the reason Yang Kai was able to tie with Lu Qingyao that day was not because Lu Qingyao wanted to let him win. He had the strength and capital to do so. Behind the raging flames, sharp icicles lined up like swords, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds as they shot towards the 4 people. Tens of thousands of icicles, densely packed together, were like a swarm of locusts, unstoppable, and filled the air with a bone-chilling chill, leaving the 4 people with no way to advance or retreat. Each icicle contained an extremely cold qi, and its impact was extremely shocking. These icicles were condensed from the ice qi in her body, and even the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families didn't dare underestimate them. As soon as Su Yin made a move, it was clearly extraordinary. On the contrary, Yang Kai's hot yuan qi seemed insignificant in comparison. Of the 4 people, 2 didn't move, but the other 2 let out a deep roar at the same time. 7 colored lights shot out from their bodies, forming a thin film in front of them. When the hot true qi and icicles hit them, they were all blocked. Not only that, but the 2 of them also stretched out their hands and sent out a burst of powerful qi, shattering the overwhelming icicles. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack had been completely ineffective. Just as the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters relaxed their vigilance, the hot yuan qi and ice qi that had been blocked suddenly underwent an unexpected and mysterious fusion. The attacks that had been blocked for a moment and were about to be annihilated suddenly surged like a tide, pressing in with even more intensity. Compared to before, they were more aggressive and more intimidating. The 4 people's expressions changed greatly, and the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who hadn't yet taken action also hurriedly used their own methods. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk like a tidal wave. Each attack stronger than the last. The 7-colored defensive film in front of the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was shattered, and a cold and hot energy enveloped them, making them thoroughly understand what it meant to be tortured by ice and fire. Kangzhan and Xiaozi Ruo watched this scene in a daze. The scene in front of them immediately made them realize how big the gap between them and Yang Kai was, and they couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing Lu Qingyao, they could still think of catching up, hoping that one day they would be able to catch up to him. But facing Yang Kai, they couldn't bring themselves to do so and could only look up at him from behind. This sense of cowardice and inferiority made Kangzhan angry, shouting angrily, "Don't show mercy. The 9th young lord won't die so easily." The 4 masters who were resisting the impact of the hot and cold energy all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, madly condensing their strength, and with a roar, they tore open a gap in the ice and fire barrier and leapt out, using all their martial skills and artifacts to greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just summoned his bone shield and swallowed a few attacks, but before he had time to counterattack, the 2 masters from the Kong family had already closed in. At such a close distance, the bone shield was unable to absorb enough energy to counterattack. Accompanied by two loud roars, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, fiercely tearing at the two masters. Gaining a little time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly opened up some distance between himself and the two masters, glancing over at Su Yin and quickly discovering that she was being entangled by the two masters from the Chiu family. Yang Kai and Su Yin both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, which allowed the two of them to display extraordinary strength when fighting side by side, but the other four had obviously noticed this at a glance, which was why they had separated him and Su Yin in an attempt to defeat them one by one. If they really fought like this, with the bone shield's protection, there wouldn't be any problems. No matter how powerful these four's methods were, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, but Su Yin would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai wanted to help and join up with Su Yin, but the two masters from the Kong family continued to entangle Yang Kai, not leaving his side. There shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that the situation was good, Kong Zhan finally relaxed and nodded lightly. Chiuzi Ruo also secretly wiped his cold sweat and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Ninth Young Lord's methods to be so amazing. He's strong. I can understand that. But who is that woman? How is she so strong? Kong Zhan stared at Su Yin, a puzzled look on his face. That woman is definitely the most important one to Yang Kai. Nanshang grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Since he wanted to retaliate against Yang Kai, naturally he wanted to teach him the most profound and painful lesson. If this woman was accidentally killed by the two masters from the Chiu family, that would be interesting. Nanshang was secretly looking forward to it. Although he knew it was unlikely to happen, he couldn't help thinking so. He even wondered if he should intervene and create some kind of unexpected situation. However, when he saw the tyrannical strength of this woman, Nanshang still felt a little discouraged. His strength wasn't high, so even if he went up, it would be useless. Young Lord Nan, this time we're only here to capture Yang Kai, Kong Zhan saw through his thoughts and warned. Heh, I know, Nanshang nodded. While they were talking, the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters began suppressing Yang Kai and Su Yin more and more. The Masters from a Superforce were really different. Even if there were only two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, Yang Kai was still able to suppress them. Between the two of them, he couldn't rush to Su Yan's aid, nor could he release the energy in his bone shield to counterattack, so he could only passively defend. Seeing that the situation on Su Yan's side was getting worse and worse, Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. The bone shield in his hand that had been acting as a defensive shield suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an antique-looking mirror. This mirror exuded a bone-chilling aura, and on its surface there was even a faint snowy white image. A dangerous aura spread out from the mirror. Realizing that something was wrong, the two masters from the Kong family both paled and rushed towards Yang Kai, trying to interfere with his actions. But it was too late. Suddenly, a ripple spread out from the mirror. As the ripple spread, an icy chill instantly enveloped this part of the world. An incomparably huge, snowy barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Yang Kai, Su Yin, and the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Kong family and Chiu family. A mysterious grade artifact, Kong Zhan exclaimed. Looking around, he couldn't see anything but the white snow around him. Inside the enchantment on the ground, there was only wind and snow that filled the sky. Just by looking at it, one could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill, let alone being inside it. A few strange peaks were faintly discernible within the barrier, and they were covered in a silvery white color. How could it be a mysterious grade artifact? Kong Zhan's face went pale. Although he knew that Yang Kai had another mysterious grade artifact in addition to his bone shield, he had never expected it to be of this type. When such an artifact was summoned, it was tantamount to isolating the two sides inside the barrier, making it impossible for them to come out until a winner was decided. As the owner of this artifact, Yang Kai undoubtedly had an absolute advantage in this battle. The attributes of this artifact seemed to be the same as that woman's secret art. In an instant, Kong Zhan realized that the situation wasn't good. The power of a mysterious grade artifact was something he had experienced deeply. As the young lord of one of the central capital's 8 great families, He naturally had a mysterious grade artifact on him. Hurry up and break the defenses of this artifact, Kang Zhan instantly ordered, leading a group of people with Qiuzi Ruo to quickly rush forward. Inside the silvery white world, Yang Kai and Su Yin finally reunited. Looking around at the snowy white scenery and the towering ice mountains, Su Yin couldn't help taking a deep breath, her full breasts bouncing up and down as a look of excitement appeared on her face. Being in this place, she felt like she was in heaven, her yuan qi circulating several times faster than usual. Chapter 511. As soon as this mirror-shaped mysterious great artifact was summoned, Su Yan's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. She was obviously standing right next to Yang Kai, but in the eyes of the four masters from the Kong family and Chou family, she seemed to be everywhere. In other words, this woman, at this moment, had become one with this mysterious great artifact, inseparable. The four masters paled, unable to understand why this was happening. This mysterious great artifact was clearly taken out by Yang Kai. How could this woman produce such a resonance with this artifact? This phenomenon was also noticed by Yang Kai and Su Yin, both of them exchanging a glance with each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Before using this mirror artifact, Yang Kai had not expected such an effect. But now, he understood. He and Su Yin both cultivated the joyous unification art, so their bodies and minds were bound together. The artifacts he refined could, to a certain extent, be used by Su Yin. Correspondingly, the artifact Su Yin refined could also be used by Yang Kai. It was equivalent to the two of them sharing each other's artifacts. In particular, this ice attribute artifact was very compatible with Su Yan's yuan qi attribute. It could be said that it was tailor-made for her. Su Yin could fully utilize the functions of this artifact, something even Yang Kai could not do. After all, Yang Kai's yuan qi attribute was completely opposite to this artifact's. When Yang Kai had obtained this artifact at Pijing Lake, it was only because he felt that its grade might be relatively high, an unintentional action that had led to the current situation. It's a barrier-type artifact. One of the Kong family masters observed the surroundings, his expression becoming dignified. The others also nodded. They were all knowledgeable people, so naturally they could see the tyrannical nature of this artifact at a glance. The periphery of this artifact was covered by a layer of barriers and barriers, creating a territory suitable for battle. Without breaking this barrier, it was impossible to break through the blockade of this artifact. However, wanting to break through this barrier was definitely not an easy task, especially under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and Su Yin. How could the four of them dare to act rashly? The chilly wind whistled, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the sky was still constantly sprinkling snow like goose feathers. Even the yuan qi seemed to be frozen. The four masters madly circulated their secret arts, but they were still unable to resist the erosion of the cold. In just a moment, their hair, beards, and clothes were all covered in frost. How do you feel? Yang Kai did not pay any attention to the four masters and instead asked Su Yin. My strength has increased. I feel like I'm to the point of omnipotence. Su Yin lightly breathed in the cold air, but to her, it was to no avail. Su Yin, Yang Kai, and Yang Kai. To her, to him, to say, to her, to him, to her, to him, she was to him. Yang Kai laughed. Good. Then this artifact will be yours to use from now on. Yes. Su Yin nodded lightly, not showing any intention of refusing. Accepting a gift from her man was a matter of course. The conversation between the two reached the ears of the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, causing them to suddenly become displeased. Although this mysterious great artifact was amazing, they were not mediocre. How could they be so willing to be despised by two juniors? I'll try, Su Yin said softly, waving her hand casually towards the four masters. The cold wind suddenly became even colder, causing the faces of the four masters to change. Although they still stood firmly in place, under the howling cold wind, their hair and beards began to form slender icicles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The madly circulating yuan qi was unable to resist this cold wind, causing the bodies of the four masters to show signs of trembling slightly. Su Yin also began to move, her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly familiarizing herself with the power of this artifact. As she moved, her cold yuan qi slowly began to connect with the frozen world around her. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground as dense ice spikes suddenly shot out from the several feet deep layer of snow, bringing with them a strong wind and rolling up thousands of layers of snow. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing as it enveloped the four of them. There was no road to heaven, no door to earth. The four masters from the super forces all felt extremely troubled. The speed of the yuan qi circulation had been greatly affected by the cold, causing them to be unable to react as quickly as they had been at their peak. Hurriedly, they used their martial skills and artifacts to block this attack, but before they had time to catch their breath, Su Yan's next attack had already arrived. On the surrounding icebergs that were wrapped in silver, rays of light as bright as day flashed. It seemed that in the distance, someone was throwing a fierce attack at the four of them. Yang Kai stood beside Su Yan, motionless, his mood fluctuating. He hadn't expected that with the help of such a mysterious great artifact, Su Yan would be able to display such strength. With just her own strength, she was able to force 4 Immortal Ascension 5th Stage Masters from the Central Capital 8 Great Families to such an extent that they could only defend without any opportunity to counterattack. This artifact had created the most ideal battle environment for Su Yan. In this world, she was the master of all. He, who should have been the owner of this artifact, had instead become a spectator. The power of this artifact was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's strength was also indisputable. The combination of the strong and the strong had created the scene in front of him. Defeating these 4 masters was only a matter of time. Seeing Su Yan's performance, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Outside the barrier, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua had already rushed over with their own people, none of them daring to approach within a 300-meter radius. The cold aura emanating from inside was too strong, so even if they were 300 meters away, they still had to circulate their secret arts to resist the cold. "Break it!" Kang Zhan roared, taking the lead, taking out a mysterious great artifact he normally wouldn't use, pouring his yuan qi into it and attacking the semicircular barrier in front of him. Layers of ripples quickly appeared on the barrier, and the wind and snow drifting inside seemed to suddenly stop for a moment. After this attack, Kang Zhan was slightly out of breath. His strength wasn't very high, so using a mysterious great artifact put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, Qiu Zirua also had an artifact of the same grade, and the other cultivator were also frantically releasing their own attacks. After a series of attacks, the barrier seemed to show signs of weakening, allowing Kang Zhan to see some hope, shouting excitedly, "Don't stop! Hurry up and break it open!" The longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for his side. Most of the masters had already been sent out to contain Yingjiao, so if the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Central Capital 8 Great Families were also killed inside this barrier, Kang Zhan really couldn't think of any means to capture Yang Kai. Right now, Kang Zhan was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone was unceremoniously pouring out their yuan qi, only wanting to break open the semicircular barrier in front of them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away, causing Kang Zhan to be startled. Quickly turning his head to look, his face suddenly became livid as he shouted angrily, "Xiang Chu, Nansheng, what are you doing?" Over there, Xiang Chu and Nansheng had actually led the Xiang and Nan family forces to sneak over to where the High Heaven Pavilion group was. Since the start of the battle, these people had been standing here, quietly observing the situation, as if Yang Kai and Kang Zhan had agreed, not intending to intervene in the battle. However, when everyone was attacking the barrier, Nansheng and Xiang Chu turned their attention to them. After a brief moment, they were discovered by Kang Zhan. Nansheng, who was facing off against the High Heaven Pavilion group, suddenly showed an impatient expression, ignoring Kang Zhan's questioning and shouting towards the High Heaven Pavilion group, "Obediently surrender, otherwise I'll make you suffer. I don't have time to play with you." The several martial uncles and grandmasters all wore ugly expressions as they stood in front of the young disciples. Although their hearts were filled with anger, they couldn't do anything about it, quickly asking, "Two friends, just now my martial nephew Yang reached an agreement with your leader. Why do you still want to go back on your word?" Nansheng sneered. What agreement? I don't know, but if you want to find someone who reached an agreement with Yang Kai, then go find them. Do you really think your high heaven pavilion is a tiger's ass that can't be touched? This young master will make a move today, and see what Yang Kai can do to me. Your Excellency, don't go too far. Go too far? Nansheng laughed. Go tell that to Yang Kai, and see if he knows what it means to go too far. Saying so, he coldly shouted, surround them. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without question. Doesn't Yang Kai care about you? I'd like to see how much he cares about you. The people from the Nan family and Xiang family all rushed forward and surrounded the High Heaven Pavilion group, all of them glaring at Nansheng. The High Heaven Pavilion group was furious, and the younger generation disciples were even more enraged. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate into a fight between the two sides, Kang Zhan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Nansheng's collar, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Nansheng didn't seem to care and just smiled lightly, reaching out and breaking Kang Zhan's grip, lightly saying, "Young Lord Kang, do you think the four masters from your Kang family and Qiu family can catch Yang Kai?" Kang Zhan frowned, his expression becoming unpleasant as he coldly snorted. What does catching him have to do with what you're doing now? Naturally, it has something to do with it. Nansheng's expression was calm, not showing the slightest tension. If those four people can't catch Yang Kai, this operation can basically be considered a failure. We've dispatched so many people, yet we can't even defeat 3 of them. If word of this spreads out, young Lord Kang, I don't need to explain what the consequences will be, right? What do you mean? Kang Zhan gradually calmed down. Just now, when he saw Nansheng and Xiang Chu acting against the High Heaven Pavilion group, he thought these 2 guys were going to start a massacre to vent their anger. Naturally, he was furious. First, Nansheng and Xiang Chu didn't put his orders in their eyes, and second, he didn't want to offend Yang Kai too much. However, since no one had died and no one had been injured, Kang Zhan was willing to listen to his explanation. Moreover, the current situation wasn't optimistic. If they really allowed Yang Kai to escape, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yang Zhao. Their status wasn't as good as Exi and Rose, so if they were to do this, their status would likely be even lower in the future. Chapter 512. Nothing. Facing Kang Zhan's question, Nansheng smiled coldly. I just want to say that as long as we have a bargaining chip in hand, even if the 4 seniors fail, we can still occupy the dominant position. Whether Yang Kai will surrender because of them, I don't know, but it's unlikely, but we can still retreat. Young Master Kang has also seen the power of that mysterious grade artifact of his. If he is determined to kill us here, who can stop him? Kang Zhan's expression changed as he carefully considered Nansheng's words and couldn't help feeling that what he said made sense. It was obvious that Yang Kai really cared about these people from High Heaven Pavilion, otherwise, he wouldn't have negotiated with Kang Zhan. With his temperament, if anyone dared to stand in his way, Kang Zhan was certain he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Using these people as bargaining chips to force Yang Kai to submit? Even if that didn't work, they could still retreat calmly. Young Master Kang shouldn't still be worried about your verbal agreement with Yang Kai, right? Nansheng saw his hesitation and sneered. Kang Zhan's expression became ugly, but he didn't deny it. Although the agreement just now was only a verbal one, for a young lord like Kang Zhan, he still cared about his promises. Since he had agreed with Yang Kai not to move against these people from High Heaven Pavilion, if he went back on his word, it would be inappropriate. Young Master Kang, do you really want to see Yang Kai use that artifact to kill all of us here? Nansheng struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade him. Xiang Chu, who had not spoken until now, also spoke up. Young Master Kang, please reconsider. Perhaps you think we are doing this to avenge a personal grudge. I won't deny that I hate Yang Kai to the extreme, but Big Brother Nan and I are also thinking about everyone here. Taking a deep breath, Kang Zhan's hesitation turned into determination, nodding, fine, let's do as you say. He was really afraid of Yang Kai and didn't have any expectations for these 4 immortal ascension boundary masters. Nansheng and Xiang Chu heard this and were overjoyed. Since participating in the inheritance war until now, they had finally seized an opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai. Naturally, they were quite happy. Don't be too ruthless, just capture 2 people. Kang Zhan frowned and ordered. All right. Nansheng nodded and grinned, his eyes sweeping over the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Reaching out, he pointed at a High Heaven Pavilion disciple and immediately had someone rush in to grab him. That martial uncle didn't resist, and even stopped the younger generation of disciples from stirring. He slowly shook his head at the crowd. Right now, the enemy was strong and they were weak. If they really fought, it wouldn't be strange for them to be completely wiped out here. It would be better to endure for a while. Seeing that the High Heaven Pavilion members didn't resist, Nan Shang and Xiang Chu couldn't help showing a look of disappointment and disdain. Cowards! Kang Zhan's brow furrowed. He didn't like the way they were trying to provoke High Heaven Pavilion, but he didn't say anything. Nan Shang's eyes continued to wander through the crowd, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly, he felt a ruthless gaze directed towards him. He couldn't help but sneer as he pointed at that person and said, "Capture him too." As soon as these words were spoken, the Nan family's masters captured the High Heaven Pavilion disciple. This person didn't look very old, even younger than Yang Kai, and his strength wasn't very high, only Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. Obviously, his aptitude wasn't bad. It was because of this that Nan Shang had chosen him. The two High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one old and one young, were captured and brought before Nan Shang. The older generation disciple's expression was calm, neither servile nor overbearing, while the younger disciple simply sneered and stared at Nan Shang stubbornly and proudly. "Your eyes aren't bad." Nan Shang nodded, suddenly swinging his hand and slapping out. With a loud bang, the young disciple's face was painted with a 5-finger mark, and one of his teeth was knocked out. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his head was slapped to the side. Turning his head, he still stared at Nan Shang with that same ruthless gaze, not saying a word. The veins on Nan Shang's forehead throbbed. He had never expected this person to be so stubborn. Feeling annoyed, he sent out another slap and sneered, "Ignorant fool." After the 2 slaps, the young disciple's cheeks were swollen and his mouth was full of dirty blood. However, the look in his eyes did not change at all. He did not even show any fear. There was only a kind of determination that could be killed but not humiliated. Kang Zhan couldn't help but be slightly moved, seemingly surprised by the performance of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple. "What's your name?" Kang Zhan asked. The young disciple glanced at him faintly and proudly said, "Sassafras." "Sassafras?" Kang Zhan took a deep breath and murmured, nodding, "High Heaven Pavilion really is extraordinary." If an ordinary young disciple had such courage, what about the others? These people, even if they were killed, would they surrender and beg for mercy? Kang Zhan didn't know why, but he was certain of this. Sassafras sneered, "You can only act ruthlessly in front of me. When my brother Yang comes out, you'll show him what you've got." Kang Zhan's face went black. Just as Sassafras said, he really didn't dare act ruthlessly in front of Yang Kai. Nan Shang became even angrier and kicked Sassafras's knee. Sassafras didn't resist and knelt to the ground. The next moment, Nan Shang sent out a flurry of slaps. Kang Zhan didn't even have time to stop before Sassafras was slapped a dozen more times. The sound of these slaps was extremely harsh. No one from High Heaven Pavilion moved, only the sound of their breathing gradually becoming heavier. Everyone's eyes were red as they stared at Nan Shang like man-eating beasts. The silent and calm atmosphere was like the calm before a storm, causing Kang Zhan to shudder and quickly shout, "Enough!" Nan Shang stopped and took a deep breath before reaching out and pinching Sassafras's mouth, pulling out a sword from one of the men beside him and placing it across Sassafras's neck, coldly saying, "You think I don't dare kill you? You don't have the guts." Sassafras's mouth was covered in blood, but he still sneered, as if he had lived long enough. Nan Shang's expression suddenly changed, and it was particularly interesting. He looked hesitant and struggled. He slowly increased the strength of the sword in his hand and drew a red line of blood on Su Mu's neck, but he still didn't have the courage to directly cut it. Killing Sassafras wouldn't take much effort, but if Yang Kai were to retaliate, Nan Shang would have to consider whether he could afford it. On the other hand, Sassafras looked calm, without the slightest fear. He was certain that Nan Shang was afraid of Yang Kai. "Let him go." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. Nansheng looked ruthless, but in reality, he was nothing more than a pushover who only knew how to squeeze a soft persimmon. Nansheng clenched his fists and ground his teeth. He wanted to kill this reckless person who dared to provoke him, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Kang Zhan's words suddenly made him feel like he was riding a tiger. Letting him go was tantamount to admitting that he didn't have the courage. As the young lord of a first-class family, how could Nansheng afford to lose face like this? His expression becoming fierce, Nansheng swung his sword in an arc. Asterisk puff, asterisk blood splashed out. The right side of Sassafras's chest was pierced through by the sword. Nansheng's expression was fierce as he threw Sassafras to the ground. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were shocked and quickly rushed forward to help him up. "You really think I don't dare to touch you?" Nansheng spat, his face twitching. "You bastard!" Kang Zhan was also stunned, roaring angrily as he kicked Nansheng's body, causing him to stagger. When Nansheng hit Sassafras just now, he hadn't tried to stop him. After all, it was just a superficial wound, so even if he was beaten miserably, it wouldn't hurt his muscles or bones. After a few days of rest, he would be fine. In Yang Kai's eyes, this sword strike was enough to kill him. However, it was also obvious that Nansheng had hesitated when he attacked. He had chosen to stab Sassafras in the right side of his chest. If it had been the left side where his heart was, Sassafras would have immediately died. Shouts and curses came from the mouths of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, many of them frantically attacking the Xiang and Nan family cultivator. "Don't resist!" Kang Zhan roared at the Xiang and Nan family cultivator, rushing forward, taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve, shaking his hand as he poured out a pill and stuffed it directly into Sassafras's bloody mouth. During this time, Kang Zhan was also attacked a few times by the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, but fortunately, he was wearing a defensive artifact armor so he wasn't injured. Perceiving his intentions, the people gathered around Sassafras didn't embarrass him anymore. Several of his martial uncles even hurriedly helping Sassafras neutralize the effects of the pill. Asterisk qua. Asterisk a crisp sound suddenly came from not far away. Kang Zhan turned his head to look and saw the barrier created by the mysterious grade mid-rank artifact shatter and disappear with a bang. The snow and wind that had filled the sky also disappeared. At the center of the barrier, Yang Kai and the woman from before appeared in front of everyone's eyes, wrapped in a cold wind. Near them, there were four things that looked like ice sculptures. They were arranged in all kinds of strange poses and stood there quietly. These were the four masters belonging to the Kong and Chiu families. From the stiff expressions on the faces of the four ice sculptures, it was easy to see just how shocked they were before they were frozen. Kang Zhan couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb and the soles of his feet cramp. Although he had faintly felt that these four immortal ascension boundary masters wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai, he hadn't expected such a result. When the cultivator gathered around the barrier saw the figures of Yang Kai and Su Yin, all of them retreated, their faces filled with horror and fear. Among them, there weren't many masters left, and even if there were some immortal ascension boundary masters, they were only at the fourth or fifth stage. The masters from the 8 great families had all been frozen into ice sculptures, so how could they dare think of resisting? Qiuzi Ruo, who was the leader of this group, went pale, his lips trembling as a sense of horror filled his heart. Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, "They won't die, but if they want to come out, it will take them at least half a day." Qiuzi Ruo nodded unconsciously and forced a smile. "Many thanks for Ninth Young Lord's mercy." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. After all, these 4 people were from the central capital's 8 great families. If he wanted to teach them a lesson, injuring them would be fine. Even seriously injuring or crippling them would be fine, but he couldn't kill them. Sometimes, when it was necessary to show mercy, it was precisely because of this that Yang Kai had asked Su Yin to spare their lives. He believed that even if they managed to break out of the ice sculptures, it would still take them at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Chapter 5:13. Looking around, Yang Kai immediately noticed the commotion in High Heaven Pavilion's camp. Although he didn't know what was going on, he realized that something was wrong and his expression couldn't help sinking. Senior brother Yang, senior sister Su. Li Yun Tian cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, "Young Master Su! Young Master Su has been stabbed!" Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly lost all color, her white figure transforming into a stream of light as she rushed into the crowd, Yang Kai following closely behind. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as his face paled. In the crowd, Su Mu looked pale and sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a sharp sword in the right side of his chest, which came out of his body. Blood was foaming from his mouth and nose. His chi and blood were weak, and he gasped for breath, like the old bellows in the blacksmith's shop. A high heaven pavilion martial uncle was standing behind him, his hand pressed against his back as he poured yuan qi into his body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She and Sassafras had a sibling relationship. Seeing her little brother in such a miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and quickly stepped forward, reaching out and placing his hand on Sassafras' wrist, examining it for a moment before opening Sassafras' mouth and pouring some myriad drug milk into it. Once the myriad drug milk entered his mouth, Yang Kai reached out and pulled out the sword from Sassafras' right chest, causing blood to spurt out. Pouring out a few strands of yuan qi to seal the flow of blood from Sassafras' wound, Yang Kai comforted Su Yin. "It's all right now." Su Yin nodded gently. With the myriad drug milk, Sassafras really wouldn't have to worry about his life, and might even have gained some benefits from this disaster and improved his strength a little. But if he and Su Yin hadn't come out in time, half an hour later, it would have been difficult to say what would have happened to Sassafras. Even if he didn't die, he would likely be permanently disabled. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he turned around and looked at Kang Zhan, who was standing nearby. Kang Zhan suddenly felt his lips go dry. Yang Kai's silence made him feel at a loss for what to do, suddenly realizing that this was not good. "Who did it?" Yang Kai stared at Kang Zhan and asked softly. Kang Zhan gulped and hesitated. "Ninth young lord, this was just an accident." "Who did this?" Kang Zhan frowned. Although he was well aware of Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he was the one in charge of this operation and was also a young lord of the central capital. Naturally, he wouldn't act too timidly, quickly saying, "Ninth young lord, this is the inheritance war. 1 or 2 deaths are normal. You and I are enemies. Not to mention that this friend's life isn't in danger now. Even if he really died, it wouldn't matter. How many people have died at Ninth young master's hands?" "Indeed, there are quite a few." Yang Kai nodded. "I did kill a lot of people. If their friends and family want revenge, they can come to me. Now that someone has hurt one of my people, I want to take revenge, so I want to know who did it." Kang Zhan was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, if there was resentment, if there was hatred, if there was hatred, if there was hatred, then there was no need to stop others from taking revenge. What's more, the two of them had agreed before that High Heaven Pavilion's people would not intervene in this battle. Under this premise, if High Heaven Pavilion's people were seriously injured, Kang Zhan really couldn't claim any responsibility. But if he had to betray his own people, Kang Zhan couldn't do it. Doing so would only make him seem too spineless and afraid of Yang Kai. "It's that guy." Li Yun Tian suddenly stood up in indignation, pointing to the side and shouting, "2 groups of people just came from that direction. It was that guy who wanted to kill young Master Su." Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai's eyes landed on Nan Sheng not far away. Kang Zhan's brow furrowed as he suddenly discovered that Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu had at some point slipped away and returned to their camp. He had stayed here to clean up their mess, yet they had slipped away without a word, causing Kang Zhan to feel extremely annoyed. "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing over at Kang Zhan and saying, "Young Master Kang, I already said that not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was for your own good. If they were injured, I really would have killed them all. It seems you don't believe me." Kang Zhan was startled, but soon his eyes filled with horror. He found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly become violent and bloody, and a thick, murderous aura soared to the sky. Subconsciously, Kang Zhan hurriedly retreated. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, waving his hand and pulling out the sword he had taken from Sassafras's right chest. Wrapped in a cold light, he thrust it towards Kang Zhan. Kang Zhan's expression changed greatly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to suddenly kill him, hurriedly using his martial skill to resist. But the destructive power contained in this sword was not something a cultivator of his level could block. Asterisk poo. Asterisk Kang Zhan groaned as the sword pierced through the right side of his chest, just like what had happened to Sassafras a moment ago. Under the huge force, he was forced back a dozen steps before he was able to stabilize his footing. His eyes trembling, Kang Zhan stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with horror. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, a young lord from the central capital's 8 great families had finally been injured, and seriously injured at that. When the young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families participated in the Inheritance War, it was generally impossible for them to be injured, let alone risk their lives. No one dared to kill them. At most they would be defeated and forced to retreat. But now, this precedent, which had been maintained for countless years, had been broken. Kang Zhan stared down at the long sword piercing his chest, the stinging pain gradually spreading. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai's courage was so great, to the point where he could defy the laws of heaven. "Ninth young lord," Kang Zhan muttered, his mouth filled with the taste of blood, his breathing becoming quite labored. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly. "If you weren't from the 8 great families, today you would have died." Kang Zhan's face twitched as a chill spread across his heart. Not daring to fight back, he quickly sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and swallowed it. The wind howled as Yang Kai stepped forward, as if a mountain of blood was pressing down on them. Everyone felt the aura of death wash over them. Of Yang Zhao's group, besides Kang Zhan, who was still circulating his secret art to heal himself, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families who had been frozen into ice sculptures, and the dozen or so masters who were being held back by Yingjiu. The rest had all gathered together at this moment. Led by Qiuzi Ruo, all of them looked over in horror. "What do we do? What do we do?" Qiuzi Ruo's face went pale as he constantly asked the people around him. This time's operation should have been commanded by Kang Zhan, but now that he couldn't even protect himself, this heavy responsibility naturally fell to Qiuzi Ruo. Facing such a strong opponent, even daring to seriously injure Kang Zhan, Yang Kai, Qiuzi Ruo didn't have the courage to resist. He was afraid he would end up in the same situation as Kang Zhan. If he didn't have an idea, how could anyone else? "Nansheng, this is all your fault. Tell me, what do we do now?" Qiuzi Ruo turned to Nansheng and roared. Nansheng's previous arrogance and domineering attitude had long since disappeared. Hearing this, he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, pursing his dry lips, not saying a word. Xiang Chu's eyes flashed a trace of contempt and ruthlessness as he said, "Young Lord Qiu, no matter how strong Yang Kai is, he's still just one person. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, young Lord Kong also said that this is the Inheritance War. 1 or 2 people dying is nothing, not to mention that 1 person is still alive. Yang Kai is clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if news of this spread back to the central capital, he won't be able to hold his ground. Now is a good opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai. Young Lord Qiu should seize it. We are willing to follow your orders." "Bullshit." Qiuzi Ruo roared. "Yang Kai and young Lord Kong already made an agreement, yet you insisted on provoking High Heaven Pavilion's people. Moreover, Yang Kai showed mercy to our people just now, but you? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." Xiang Chu's face went black as he suddenly felt extremely disappointed with Qiuzi Ruo's cowardice. As they spoke, Yang Kai had already arrived 20 meters in front of the crowd. Facing the 7 forces alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Although the top masters of these forces had all been restrained, there were still a number of them, including a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. "Qiuzi Ruo," Yang Kai shouted, "You're Qiu Ming's little brother. I don't want to embarrass you, so scram to the side." Qiuzi Ruo's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, but just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, he suddenly shook his head and said, "Ninth young lord, this Qiu is unable to comply with this request." Yang Kai nodded. "At least you have some backbone." All of a sudden, light flashed from his hand, and a bone shield appeared in his grasp. It's that mysterious great artifact. Xiaozi Ruo and the others' expressions changed slightly. This bone shield had been used by Yang Kai when he attacked Yang Kai's compound and just now, so everyone naturally knew how powerful its defensive power was and how it could absorb energy attacks. With this bone shield in hand, Yang Kai's defense could be said to be impregnable. But at this moment, when Yang Kai took it out, everyone was somewhat confused, secretly wondering if Yang Kai was going to defend himself. But before they could finish their thoughts, a dangerous aura suddenly filled the air. On the bone shield, black lightning flashed, and in the center of the bone shield, a violent energy burst out from the beast's maw. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk a series of lightning dragons the size of human legs suddenly burst out from the bone shield's maw, each one swaying back and forth, each of them more than 100 meters long, exuding a heaven-destroying momentum as they rushed towards the seven forces. How is this possible? Xiaozi Ruo exclaimed in shock. There were many types of artifacts, some defensive, some offensive, and some auxiliary. The bone shield in Yang Kai's hand was clearly a defensive artifact, so how could it have become an offensive one? Furthermore, he seemed to have heard of this lightning dragon somewhere before. This is the power of Yang Kang's mysterious great artifact. Xiang Chu screamed, suddenly realizing that the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand could not only absorb energy attacks but also reflect them back. These lightning dragons were clearly the power of the mysterious great artifact that Yang Kang had displayed when he had fought Yang Kai more than 2 months ago. At that time, these lightning dragons were swallowed by Yang Kai's bone shield and were only released by Yang Kai 2 months later. Chapter 5:14. Who could resist the power of a mysterious great artifact? Unless it was also a mysterious great defensive artifact, like the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand. When the 7 or 8 lightning dragons rushed out from the beast's mouth in the center of the bone shield, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were instantly filled with horror and fear. The call of death rang in their ears, and no one could remain calm. If there were still masters here, they could have relied on their heaven-defying methods to block the lightning dragons, but with so many of them trapped or frozen, the rest of them were powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet. All of them panicked and fled in all directions, trying to escape from the lightning dragon's onslaught. Xiang Chu's mind was still clear, shouting for everyone to work together to resist, but this chaotic scene made him feel powerless. Even Xiaozi Ruo had run away. How could anyone else stay in place and wait for death? Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk those lightning dragons were like invincible sharp swords, wrapped in unparalleled power, wreaking havoc in the crowd. Those who were touched by the lightning dragons all convulsed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. There were even some who were directly electrocuted to the point that their entire body was charred. The remaining immortal ascension boundary masters all protected their own young lords as they tried to avoid the lightning dragon's attack, like stray dogs that had lost their homes. Screams rang out one after another. In front of the power of a mysterious great artifact, human life was as cheap as grass. Kang Zhan, who had been circulating his secret art to heal himself, slowly opened his eyes and stared at the miserable scene before him, his heart going cold. Only now did he realize that what Yang Kai had said before was true. Him not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was really out of consideration for them. Nan Shang had only injured one of High Heaven Pavilion's young disciples, yet he had provoked such a slaughter. If High Heaven Pavilion's people really suffered heavy casualties because of this melee, then would he still be able to return to War City alive? Kang Zhan didn't dare to think about it anymore, closing his eyes in defeat, no longer paying attention to the battle. All of High Heaven Pavilion's people suddenly became excited. Each of their faces flushed red as they clenched their fists. The humiliation and forbearance that he had just endured seemed to have all been found at this moment. Yang Kai had single-handedly thrown the 7 families' cultivator into chaos. Those people could only dodge, and they couldn't even find the time to attack. Streaks of purple light suddenly exploded in midair, spreading out ripples visible to the naked eye. Like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, the ripples enveloped the cultivator who was dodging the lightning dragon's attacks. And within those layers of ripples, there was a crazy, destructive, and brutal divine sense attack. Divine soul skill. Yang Kai unleashed his soul skill almost without restraint. Wherever the consciousness spread out, most of the cultivators' expression suddenly became sluggish. Their faces were filled with pain, as if some evil had invaded their minds. They stood there in a daze, not knowing if they were dead or alive. The lightning dragon that followed turned them into charcoal. Only the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were able to slightly resist the attack of this soul skill, but they still wore a pained expression. A charred smell that made one want to vomit filled the entire area. After a while, the lightning dragon gradually disappeared into the air. The power of the mysterious great artifact had finally been fully exerted, and Yang Kai no longer released his soul skill. In the wilderness, screams filled the air as countless people died. The Seven Forces originally had nearly 300 cultivators, but at this moment, only 200 remained. Corpses littered the wilderness, all of them black as charcoal. Plumes of smoke rose from these corpses, rising into the air like smoke from a kitchen chimney. At some point, Chiozi Rua had fallen to the ground, his eyes blank, his 2 rows of teeth chattering fiercely. Escaping from death, his mood was very complicated. Compared to the others, he could be said to be unscathed. When he participated in the Inheritance War, he was fearless and didn't think he would encounter any life-threatening danger. But today, he didn't dare to think so. He didn't know if it was because Yang Kai was worried about Qiu Yimeng showing mercy to him, or if it was because of his good luck that he didn't encounter the lightning dragon. But Yang Kai's slaughter this time really frightened him. Deep in his heart, a huge shadow loomed over him, as if it was grinning at him, wanting to take his life. Young Lord Qiu Run. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master from an unknown force saw Chiozi Rua lose his wits and quickly rushed to his side, helping him up and flying towards War City without looking back. Facing a man who even dared to severely injure Kang Zhan, Chiozi Rua couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. Now he just wanted to run as far away as possible. Most people thought so and quickly got up and fled, no longer caring about anything else. "What are you running for?" Xiang Chu roared. He can't use his artifact anymore. After using that kind of attack, he should be at his weakest. We should capture him in one fell swoop. Young Lord Qiu, Young Lord Qiu. Where is Young Lord Qiu? No one paid attention to his shouts. Not to mention that Xiang Chu didn't have the qualifications to issue orders. Even if he did, these people wouldn't be willing to stay in this purgatory any longer. Just as he was shouting, Xiang Chu suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on him. Looking over, Xiang Chu's eyes met Yang Kai's cold gaze. Feeling his heart clench, Xiang Chu couldn't help retreating a few steps. "Brother Xiang, let's go. We can't do anything about this." Nensheng rushed up and pulled him back. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and shot a vicious and resentful glare towards Yang Kai before stomping his foot and shouting, "Let's go." A bunch of cowards. Joining forces with such a group of people. How could he possibly achieve anything great? Xiang Chu was extremely depressed, imagining that if he hadn't offended Yang Kai that day at the foot of Tai Feng Mountain, or if Yang Kai had accepted his goodwill, would he have been able to achieve something great by following him today? However, there was no turning back in this world. Xiang Chu could only hate himself for being so blind that he had actually offended such a person. The 7 forces had either fled or died, and in the blink of an eye, not a single one remained. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was extremely clear, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Nansheng and Xiang Chu glanced back as they fled and saw that Yang Kai was still standing quietly in place, not chasing after them. Both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that he was just trying to scare them. Their speed became even faster. All they wanted to do was return to War City and hide in Yang Kai's compound. Once Yang Kai's anger subsided, they could ask Yang Zhao to come forward and mediate. Yang Kai's blood and qi surged, clearly showing the restlessness in his heart. Turning his eyes to the still unconscious Sassafras and the red-eyed Su Yin, he said, "Wait for half a day before you set off. By that time, Sassafras should be fine." Su Yin was startled and quickly looked up. "What about you? Daring to touch my sex people, you must pay the price." After saying this sentence, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, his murderous intent filling the air. Of the 7 forces, the surviving cultivator was desperately trying to escape, only gradually relaxing when they were 100 kilometers away. When they looked back and didn't see any pursuers, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, everyone couldn't help shuddering as they rejoiced at the thought of surviving a calamity. Turning their heads and looking around, there were only 20 or so people gathered together while the rest had long since fled. It should be fine, right? Someone asked in horror while the others remained silent, gasping for breath. That 9th young lord simply doesn't take human lives seriously. This sentence was immediately met with agreement from everyone. And that Nan Shang and Bai Chu, if it weren't for those 2 idiots, how could we have ended up in such a sorry state? What did you say? Suddenly, someone stood up angrily. My young master Nan was only thinking about the overall situation. Who do you think you are? You dare insult young master Nan? Am I wrong? Thinking about the overall situation? What a joke. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu were clearly venting their anger on that group of people. Do you really think we don't know that your Nan family and Xiang family once suffered a loss at the hands of the 9th young lord and participated in the inheritance war this time just to get back at him? Bullshit. I'm just telling the truth. Who do you think your Xiang and Nan families are, actually daring to challenge the Yang family's young lord? Even if the 2nd young lord really won the inheritance war, so what? What can Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng do to Yang Kai? At most, they can only vent their anger. Are you from the Nan family? As the 2 were arguing, a low voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. The cultivator who defended Nan Sheng raised his head proudly and said, "So what if I am?" But before he could finish his words, a blood-red petal suddenly pierced through his head, causing the man's eyes to bulge and his face to turn white. The moment his consciousness blurred, a figure that terrified him appeared in front of him. Ninth young lord. After seeing the face of the person who had killed the Nan family cultivator, everyone paled and quickly stood up, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would really catch up to them. Among these 20 or so people, only one had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, and it was only an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Suddenly seeing Yang Kai appear here, the 20 or so people couldn't help moving closer to the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, seemingly trying to find a little sense of security. On the other hand, the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator couldn't help gulping. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension boundary master, but his combat strength wasn't high. Yang Kai could fight evenly with Lu Qingyao, so wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with him? He knew he definitely wasn't Lu Qingyao's opponent. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that after Yang Kai killed the Nan family cultivator, he didn't kill him again, instead staring at them and asking, "Who else is from the Nan family and Xiang family?" The 20 or so people looked at each other and suddenly realized what Yang Kai wanted to do. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. The 9th young lord wanted to kill the Nan family and Xiang family. No one dared to answer. The more words they spoke, the more likely they were to slip up. No one knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Chapter 5:15. In the face of Yang Kai's questioning, no one dared to answer, only the sound of their hearts beating wildly. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai lost his patience and coldly said, "If you don't speak, all of you will die. Speak and I'll spare your life." He's from the Xiang family. Immediately, someone couldn't bear such a huge pressure and pointed to a person beside him. The man couldn't help cursing and running away. A blood-red petal flew out from the corpse of the man who had just died and pierced through the back of the fleeing man's head. With a thud, the man fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground before he gradually stopped moving. "Is there anyone else?" Yang Kai asked again. Everyone kept shaking their heads, indicating that there was no one from the Bai and Nan families here. Yang Kai nodded lightly and no longer asked any questions, disappearing from everyone's sight in the next moment. Seeing that he kept his promise and really let them go, the remaining cultivators gasped for breath and fell to the ground weakly. Their bodies were covered in sweat, and when the breeze blew, they felt cold all over. "Don't let me see you in War City again." From a distance, Yang Kai's voice rang out. Everyone was startled again and quickly nodded. Understood, understood. After this time, none of them dared to return to War City again. After experiencing what had just happened, none of them had the courage to continue to face this murderous young lord. If he alone could accomplish such a feat, what more with the many powerful helpers in his house? Originally, this group of people was quite optimistic about Yang Zhao, thinking that he would be able to rely on his numbers and strength to win the final victory in the inheritance war. They would also be able to follow behind Yang Zhao and drink the soup and meat. But now, no one dared to think so. A moment later, 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai once again killed 3 cultivator from the Xiang and Nan families, leaving behind a group of people who had just escaped with their lives. He wasn't the kind of person who would indiscriminately slaughter all living beings. He was a man who would be tough when he needed to be tough, and when he needed to be merciful, he would show mercy. Just like how he hadn't allowed Su Yin to kill the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Chou family and Kong family, it was also because of the complex relationship between the 8 great families. But this time, he was really annoyed by Xiang Chu and Nanshang. These two had been enemies with him since the beginning of the inheritance war. Whenever he had a dispute with them before, Yang Kai didn't care. Since they walked different paths, there was no common ground. Since they had participated in the inheritance war, their relationship was naturally antagonistic. They killed their own people, and they killed their own people. It was only right and proper. But this time was different. These people were High Heaven Pavilion's last hope for revival. What's more, despite the agreement between him and Yang Zhan, Nanshang and Xiang Chu still dared to attack them. Of course, Yang Kai did not intend to go around the Xiang and Nan families. He wanted to let the world know that High Heaven Pavilion was indeed a tiger's ass that shouldn't be touched. All the people from the Xiang and Nan families were killed mercilessly. Everywhere they went, there was a trail of blood. After a day and a night, Yang Kai finally saw the figures of Xiang Chu and Nanshang in the distance. The two of them were desperately escaping with a group of people and hadn't stopped to rest all day. So at this moment, Yuan Qi couldn't help gasping for breath. They had thought they would be able to return to War City safely, so the reason they had run so fast was to prepare for the unexpected. But who knew that Yang Kai would really chase after them? When they felt the murderous intent behind them and the smell of blood, the group of people turned around in horror and suddenly panicked. "Ninth young lord is chasing after us." What? Nanshang and Xiang Chu both paled, quickly turning their heads to look back and really seeing Yang Kai's figure, like a meteor, closing the distance between them. Is he crazy? Nanshang was stunned. Just for a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple? Xiang Chu's expression was gloomy, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear flashing across his face as he nodded gently. "I'm afraid we've really touched his defiant wail." "Brother Xiang, what do we do now?" Nanshang was sweating profusely. "Hurry up and come up with an idea." "Return to War City. There's no other way. As long as we can return to Second Young Lord's house, we'll be safe." Xiang Chu grit his teeth and sped up again. Nanshang cursed under his breath, thinking to himself that the most important thing right now was to find a way to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. After a day and night of fleeing, his group of people was almost completely exhausted. Whether or not they could outrun Yang Kai was still unknown. Inferring from Yang Kai's speed, they didn't have much hope. Where did this bastard get so much Yuan Qi to squander? After chasing him for so long, he was still full of murderous intent, full of fighting spirit, and determined not to give up. With no time to complain, Nanshang quickly stuffed a few Yuan Qi, replenishing pills into his mouth, and also sped up. "You can't escape." Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind, causing everyone's hearts to clench. "None of you from the Xiang and Nan families will survive." "Ninth young lord, we're not from the Xiang or Nan families." A young leader from one of the forces couldn't bear the pressure of Yang Kai's pursuit and quickly shouted, "Then kill the people from the Xiang and Nan families around you, and I'll let you go." Xiang Chu and Nanshang's expressions changed, immediately turning vigilant towards the people around them, fearing that these people would turn on them. The people from the Xiang and Nan families added together numbered only about 70 people. First, they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, and then they had scattered during their escape. Now, There were less than 20 people gathered around them, while the people from the other forces outnumbered them by 2 to 3 times. If these people really listened to Yang Kai's words and decided to attack them, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng both felt that they would be doomed. Fortunately, when these people heard Yang Kai's words, they only hesitated slightly. After all, they were on the same side as the Xiang and Nan families. So when Yang Kai suddenly said such words, they didn't dare to attack them. Seeing their hesitation, Xiang Chu hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, my Xiang and Nan families are both reputable families. If you really decide to attack us here, you should think about the consequences." Those hesitant people suddenly sobered up. If they were in a hostile relationship, no matter how they fought or killed each other, no one would say anything. But now that they were all under Yang Zhao's command, if word of this were to spread, their families would no longer be able to maintain a foothold in the future. Compared with their own lives, naturally the honor of their families was more important. What's more, whether or not Yang Kai would be able to catch up was another matter altogether. Even if he did, he would first attack the Xiang and Nan families, giving them a chance to escape. "Young Master Nan, young Master Xiang, rest assured, we will never attack you," someone immediately said. "That would be for the best." Xiang Chu nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Behind them, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed the changes in their expressions and couldn't help coldly snorting. "Since you're not willing to tear apart face with the Xiang and Nan families, I won't force you. As long as you can stop Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng for me, I won't bother you again, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The atmosphere that had just been harmonious and relaxed was once again warped by these words. Compared to the previous conditions, Kai Yang's conditions were much more attractive and feasible. If he only blocked Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu's path slightly and didn't kill them, they could accept it. Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu both realized that the situation was not good and quickly led their people away from the cultivator. Nan Sheng was even angrier and roared, "Yang Kai, do you really think you're so great? If it weren't for your identity, how could this young master allow himself to be chased by you?" Yang Kai sneered, "I've already experienced this in Taifeng Mountain. Your Xiang and Nan families only know how to bully the weak. Don't you like to divide people into 3, 6, and 9 classes? Under Taifeng Mountain, you were so arrogant and despotic, taking people's lives as you please, but now, facing a young lord from a super family, you only have the courage to run away?" Yang Kai's cold sarcasm rendered Nan Sheng speechless. At the foot of Taifeng Mountain, he was really too arrogant and despotic. He bullied Kai Yang, Stormhouse and Blood Battle Gang, and even forced the Hu sisters. His face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to find him at that time and revealed Yang Kai's true identity, immediately silencing him and Xiang Chu. Otherwise, after that battle, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall would have suffered heavy casualties, and even if Yang Kai could escape, he would have had to pay a heavy price. Old and new grievances, it was time to settle. Yang Kai didn't have the patience to continue entangling with these two people he didn't put in his eyes. "Not good, Ninth Young Lord is catching up," someone exclaimed. Many cultivators turned their heads to look and their expressions changed greatly. They found that while Yang Kai and Nan Sheng were talking, he had silently closed the distance between them. It was likely that he would really be able to catch up with them soon. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng also panicked. Behind them, there was a surge of energy fluctuating. It seemed that Yang Kai was preparing some kind of killing move. This discovery made everyone more and more confused. The shocking blow released by the bone shield was still fresh in everyone's minds, so naturally, they were afraid he would use such a devastating attack again. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the wind whistled behind them as sword chi filled the air. Tens of thousands of yuan chi sword chis lined up in rows, like a sky full of arrows, fiercely flying towards them. This overwhelming and indiscriminate attack immediately hindered everyone's escape. These cultivators were forced to turn around and use their martial skills and artifacts to resist the oncoming sword chi. After some resistance, a few more cultivators with inferior strength fell to the ground. Xiang Chu's expression became gloomy to the extreme, realizing that if they continued to flee like this, they wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai's speed was much faster than his own. "Elders, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to stop him for a while." His expression suddenly becoming firm, Xiang Chu turned to the several immortal ascension boundary masters around him and said, these people were the only remaining immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families, the strongest among them only at the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage. However, there were quite a few of them, 7 in total. Chapter 5:16. With these 7 immortal ascension boundary masters behind him, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Moreover, War City was already in sight, only a few hundred kilometers away. Although Xiang Chu was helpless, he could only come up with this idea to delay Yang Kai's pace. When the 7 masters heard Xiang Chu's words, all of them wore bitter expressions, but they quickly regained their composure and nodded. "Young lord can rest assured. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop him." Xiang Chu nodded firmly. "Good. Everyone be careful. Don't be careless." "Understood." Saying so, the 7 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared behind them. Xiang Chu and Nan Shang led the remaining group of people and continued to flee without looking back. Seeing the 7 masters stop, Yang Kai's expression became cold, sweeping the area in front of him with his divine sense, immediately understanding their cultivation and strength, causing a look of impatience to appear on his face. "Ninth young lord, if you want to catch up with our young master, you'll have to pass through this old master first," one of the 7 masters shouted. The 7 of them simultaneously circulated their yuan qi, releasing a burst of brilliance from their martial skills and artifacts as they fiercely attacked Yang Kai. They didn't intend to say anything to Yang Kai, but now that things had developed to this point, they could only wait and see. "Just with you lot?" Yang Kai laughed wildly as the mysterious grade low-rank bone shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him as he rushed forward to meet the storm of attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out as a violent wave of energy surged out. Every collision caused Yang Kai's pace to falter slightly, but the giant mouth in the middle of the bone shield swallowed up all of these energy waves. As this energy was swallowed up, the surface area of the bone shield also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a round of attacks, Yang Kai remained unscathed, but his speed had been slowed down. Scatter. Knowing the mysteries of the bone shield, none of the 7 masters dared to remain in place, so with a shout, they scattered in all directions. The giant mouth on the bone shield suddenly emitted a burst of light, as the incomparably sharp bone spikes sticking out of it began to clatter. Asterisk hua. Asterisk the energy that had just been swallowed up was all returned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield were also released, bringing out streaks of light as they attacked the 7 people. The 7 of them were already prepared, summoning defensive artifacts to protect themselves as they hurriedly dodged. After a series of clashes, the 7 of them avoided the attacks from the bone shields. They also used various methods to block the bone spikes. Although they were battered and exhausted, they were not injured. The bone shield was indeed powerful. Without an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, it was impossible to break its defenses. However, if he specifically targeted the characteristics of the bone shield, it would be very difficult to make it play its role. After all, secret treasures were dead, while humans were alive. On top of that, these 7 people didn't have any intention of fighting against Yang Kai. They just wanted to delay him. As long as they could delay him for a cup of tea worth of time, with Nanshang and Xiang Chu's speed, they would be able to safely return to War City and return to Yang Kai's compound. Seeing their plan succeed, the 7 people's expressions became excited, suddenly realizing that Yang Kai wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Perhaps he was indeed invincible among cultivators in the same realm, even capable of fighting immortal ascension boundary masters, but he was only able to slaughter hundreds of people at once by relying on external forces. Once there was no external force to support him, no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. Perhaps this time, not only would they be able to delay him, they could even take advantage of the fact that there was no master around to protect him and capture him. With this idea in mind, the 7 people became extremely excited, their originally somewhat lacking confidence instantly replaced by a high fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, a series of soul skills were launched towards Yang Kai, the spiritual energy from all directions intertwining and wrapping around Yang Kai like a spider web. Standing at the center of this gathering of spiritual energy, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain filling his face. Ever since he had refined the essence of the soul-type evil spirit in the evil cavern, the one thing he was least afraid of was divine sense attacks. In front of him, the seven people's divine sense attacks were like a vast ocean compared to a stream, unable to shake him at all. On the contrary, Yang Kai's sudden burst of spiritual energy caused these people's knowledge seas to go cold, as if they were about to be frozen solid. Suddenly, all of them were horrified, wondering what kind of soul-type artifact Yang Kai had on him that allowed him to achieve such a feat. Xiang Chu left you all behind just to be scapegoats. Why bother trying so hard? Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to be entangled with these people any longer. Even if he can escape back to War City, I will still take his life. All of you will only die a worthless death. The seven people's faces sank, one of them quickly saying, Ninth young lord, there's no need to sow discord. We were born as members of the Xiang and Nan families. Even if we die, we will still be ghosts of the Xiang and Nan families. Protecting the young lord's safety is our duty. Since ninth young lord is so confident, why not let us see your heaven-defying methods? Then I'll fulfill your wishes. Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression calming down, the bone shield in his hand disappearing as he slowly raised his right hand. As Yang Kai raised his hand, the seven of them suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if everything in this world had suddenly come to a standstill. 7 pairs of eyes involuntarily bulged, filled with horror and fear as they stared at Yang Kai, wanting to attack but finding that no matter what they did, they couldn't move their hands or feet. In this world, the only one who could move was Yang Kai. The middle finger of his right hand touched his forehead, and a dreamlike whisper suddenly sounded. Become the demon race. The sky trembled and the earth buzzed. A kind of illusion that the heavens were falling apart appeared in everyone's hearts. A mass of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light and hope suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. This black energy was as dense as ink, and a bloodthirsty, brutal, and evil aura filled the air, causing the 7 people to involuntarily feel a trace of panic. As Yang Kai's aura grew, a deep sense of powerlessness filled each of their hearts. The power Yang Kai displayed had completely shocked them. The evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton had not been used for a long time. Yang Kai was also concerned about the irreconcilable relationship between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so he had not shown his evil side. But now, in order to kill Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, he no longer hesitated. The ink-black evil energy only appeared for a moment before it was suddenly swallowed up by Yang Kai's body. Looking around, Yang Kai was still the same Yang Kai, but the feeling he gave off to the 7 people was completely different from a moment ago. A moment ago, the 7 of them had been fantasizing about joining forces to capture Yang Kai and set up a meritorious service for Nan Shang and Xiang Chu, but now, none of them dared to think so. They didn't know why, but facing the current Yang Kai, the 7 of them couldn't help feeling like they had reached a dead end. The 7 people's eyes also seemed to be covered by dark clouds, swallowed by darkness, unable to see the slightest trace of light, unable to find their bearings. Facing this cold and cruel gaze, the 7 people couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and sent out a few small black streaks of energy towards one of the 7 people. The man's complexion changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged, but just as he was about to do so, his body shook violently and his exposed skin was instantly covered by the black chi, causing him to fall to the ground. With a single blow, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Cultivator had been killed without even being able to fight back. The remaining 6 people all paled and remained silent out of fear. They hadn't even seen how this man had been struck and hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful at this moment. Back at Taifeng Mountain, Yang Kai was able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd Stage Masters with just his Yuan Qi 5th Stage Cultivation. Now that he was only one step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the strength he could display was naturally much greater than before. These immortal ascension boundary third or fourth stage masters were nothing in his eyes. Those who block my path, die. Yang Kai's low voice rang out, and the sky suddenly became dim as a black palm print, like a rolling cloud, slammed down towards the 6 people. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, growing larger and larger as time passed, making them feel like they couldn't avoid it. The 6 people screamed in horror as they madly circulated their yuan qi, trying to escape, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't avoid this giant palm print. With a bang, the earth trembled. The black palm print slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out. The 6 people, some crawling backwards, all fell into the giant palm print. Although none of them died, the evil energy had eroded their souls and bodies, causing their consciousnesses to become blurred. With so many broken bones, it was likely they would never be able to recover in this lifetime. I already said you were scapegoats, yet you still refused to realize your mistakes. Yang Kai shook his head. Nanshang and Xiangchu knew he could greatly improve their strength, but they didn't seem to have told anyone. If the 7 people who had stayed behind to intercept Yang Kai had known about this information, they would never have had any hope of capturing Yang Kai, nor would they have been beaten so miserably. Ignoring the life or death of these 6 people, Yang Kai glanced towards War City 100 kilometers away, coldly snorted, and chased after them. Even if Xiangchu and Nanshang had really hidden in Yang Zhao's mansion, they would still die today. War City. Nanshang and Xiangchu both looked panicked as they rushed into the city with a group of cultivators. At first glance, the passers-by saw their distressed appearance and couldn't help feeling surprised, wondering who was chasing these 2 and why they had ended up in such a sorry state. All of them were sweating profusely, their yuan qi completely exhausted, yelling at the passers-by to get out of the way as they hurriedly rushed towards Yang Zhao's mansion. The news quickly spread to Yang Wei and Yang Kai's houses. Yang Wei's brow furrowed. He didn't know what was going on, but he realized that something big was about to happen. Immediately, he and the blood warriors who followed him quietly left the mansion and walked towards Yang Zhao's compound. In Yang Kai's mansion, when Qiu Yiming learned of this news, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale and quickly issued orders to all the forces in the mansion to prepare for Yang Kai's return. She wasn't sure what had happened to Nanshang and Xiangchu, but she faintly felt that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Chapter 517. The cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion was about to set off under Qiu Yiming's leadership when the old demon suddenly appeared beside Qiu Yiming and frowned. No need to go out. Young master seems to have returned. He's back? Qiu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai took Yingju out, she had been on tenterhooks, fearing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of accident. Now that she heard the old demon say this, she couldn't help feeling relieved and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" The old demon's expression became cold as he secretly probed for a moment before replying, "He's back, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of returning to the mansion. Instead, he's heading southeast." Southeast? Qiu Yiming muttered, her expression suddenly changing. That's the location of Yang Zhao's mansion. Who provoked young master? He's very angry right now. The old demon took a deep breath. This old master must go and protect him. As soon as his voice fell, the old man transformed into a bloody light and disappeared. Qiu Yiming's beautiful face suddenly went pale, and she didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly leading the masters from the mansion to rush out. At the same time, Meng Wuya, who was meditating in his room, slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed as he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai's location, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with that little bastard? Why is his evil qi so thick?" Muttering to himself, Meng Wuya quickly stood up, opened the door, and stared at the horizon. Up above, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the slightest bit of sunlight. It seemed that the entire War City had fallen into darkness, the rolling black clouds like ink-splashed cotton, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Sighing slightly, Meng Wuya took a few steps forward and flew a few thousand meters away. Back in the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, sitting on the high platform, also withdrew from the small world where their divine senses had merged. Glancing at each other, Their seemingly turbid old eyes flashed with some surprise. Xiao Daoren hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yang, that little brat of yours seems to be showing signs of becoming the demon race." Yang Liting's expression remained indifferent as he closed his eyes and said nothing. The fat elder laughed and said, "You don't care? If he continued like this, he might really become the demon race." Only then did Yang Liting open his eyes and say indifferently, "He has to walk his own path. This old master doesn't have the leisure to care about his life or death. What if he really has a change of heart and turns into a demon?" The Kong family's above immortal ascension boundary elder frowned and asked, "A young man with such a thick, murderous aura around him would sooner or later be affected by it and fall into the demonic Tao, becoming a murderous maniac who didn't even recognize his own family. When the time comes, this old man will personally clean up the sect. Brother Kong need not worry about it," Yang Liting responded coldly. Hearing this, the other 7 no longer tried to dissuade him, all of them slowly shaking their heads, secretly feeling that although the Yang family was strong, it wouldn't last long. Their familial feelings were really too weak. If it was a young disciple of their family who was in such a situation, how could they sit still? He would have left the mountain long ago to capture him and properly train him to suppress the evil genes in his body. What's more, this little brat had outstanding talent and was very likely to be a rising star of the Yang family in the future. Yet Yang Liting was actually willing to ignore him. The 7 grand elders really couldn't understand. However, this was someone else's family matter after all. They had all lived for many years and were naturally indifferent to this matter. If Yang Liting didn't care about it, they naturally wouldn't care either. In fact, they were actually quite happy to see this scene. The Yang family had occupied the top position in the central capital for a long time, and if it continued to develop like this, within 100 years, it would inevitably give way to one of the other 7 families. What was laughable was that while the 7 families could see this, the Yang family couldn't. Yang Zhao's mansion. Nansheng and Xiang Chu fled back to their room like stray dogs, their hasty cries alerting Yang Zhao, who was lying on his bed. Quickly getting up, Yang Zhao glanced outside. "Second young master, what's wrong?" Yi Xianro wriggled her waist like a water snake, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, her 2 slender legs wrapped around Yang Zhao's waist, her eyes blurred as her face flushed red. "Something's wrong. I seem to hear the voices of Xiang Chu and Nansheng." Yang Zhao frowned. "Did they come back?" Yi Xianro smiled like a blooming flower, adding a touch of charm to her face. "They must have brought second young master good news." Yang Zhao chuckled, reaching out his hand and gently pinching Yi Xianro's plump breasts, causing them to ripple. This rough action caused Yi Xianro to grunt and stare towards him. That had better be the case. Yang Zhao was also secretly looking forward to it. This time's operation could be said to have been carried out without anyone noticing. He also had great confidence in Kong Zhan and Qiu Ziruo, so these past few days he had been waiting for news and had not been in the mood to cultivate. Instead, he had spent this time with Yi Xianro, relieving the anxiety in his heart. Otherwise, with his sex life, it would have been impossible for him to indulge in such debauchery in broad daylight. Beauty was indeed attractive, but what he valued more was his own strength and the power he could grasp. As long as he could defeat Yang Kai in the inheritance war, his eldest brother Yang Wei would no longer be a threat. When the time came, he could easily win the final victory of the inheritance war. Since it's good news, it won't be too late to wait and hear it later. Yi Xianro said sweetly, stretching out her jade arm and wrapping it around Yang Zhao's neck, pulling him down in an attempt to keep him here for a while. "Don't make trouble. If it's really good news, I'll pamper you tonight." Yang Zhao's eyes flashed, not the slightest trace of obscenity, only endless expectation. Although Yi Xianro felt a little regretful and disappointed, she no longer insisted. To deal with a man like Yang Zhao, her body was only a small trick, not a decisive factor. "Then this lady will help you get dressed." Yi Xianro sat up docilely and pulled out the clothes that had been piled up messily on the bed and helped Yang Zhao put them on. Just as she finished dressing, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed while Yi Xianro's movements also paused, because both of them had heard Xiang Chu and Nansheng's desperate and panicked cries. Both of them immediately realized that something was wrong. If these two had really brought back the good news Yang Zhao was looking forward to, it would have been impossible for them to behave like this. Second young lord, second young lord. Outside the door, the sound of footsteps and Xiang Chu's and Nan Sheng's cries rang out. Yang Zhao's expression sank as he quickly stepped out, opened the door, and glanced at Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng. His face couldn't help becoming pale. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state, their bodies covered with scars, their faces pale, and the yuan qi flowing through their bodies was almost undetectable. They were like stray dogs that had been chased back home. Yi Xianro exclaimed and quickly hid herself on the bed, covering her tender white body with the bedding, so as not to let any light leak out. What happened? Yang Zhao took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood as he asked. Seeing the appearance and expression of these two, Yang Zhao also understood something, but he still couldn't believe his guess was correct. Second young master. Nansheng pursed his dry and pale lips. After calling out his name, he couldn't say anything else. Yang Zhao immediately turned his eyes to Xiang Chu, the latter's expression also flickering with shame and resentment. Did you fail? Yang Zhao asked coldly, a cold light flashing across his face. Nan Sheng remained silent, his face red. Xiang Chu had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Second young lord is disappointed. Yang Zhao couldn't help but stagger slightly as he stared at these two in disbelief. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, when they were confirmed, Yang Zhao still couldn't believe it. He had dispatched so many people, a perfect lineup and impeccable strength. How could they still fail? Tell me the reason. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted. Jiu has reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and replied. This was something no one had expected. Jiu, who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, was already enough to give Yang Zhao a headache. He had even summoned two peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to deal with him. How could he have known Jiu had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Blood Warrior was likely only a Blood Warrior, or an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master of the same level could deal with him. Hearing this explanation, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling startled, his expression relaxing a little. This false information obviously accounted for most of the reason for the operation's failure. What else? Even if Jiu was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator, you shouldn't have failed. The people I gave you were more than enough to restrain Jiu. Recovering from his shock, Yang Zhao asked coldly. Jiu was indeed restrained. Xiang Chu's expression was bitter as he recalled his previous encounter and couldn't help shuddering, but Yang Kai had two mysterious great artifacts. Immediately, Xiang Chu briefly recounted his previous encounter. The more Yang Zhao listened, the colder his heart became, only now realizing how terrifying his ninth brother was. What about Kangzhan and Qiuzi Ruo? How come only the two of you came back? Yang Zhao suddenly recovered and asked. Young Master Kong. He was pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He should still be healing. What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened. Yi Xianro, who was lying on the bed, also called out in shock, covering her mouth with her hand as a strange light flashed across her eyes. Kangzhan had been pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai. This news was simply too shocking. Since ancient times, no young lord of the 8 great families had ever suffered such a serious injury while participating in the inheritance war. According to the ancient records, the young lords and young ladies had at most suffered some superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. But this time, the future successor of the Kong family had actually been stabbed. This news dumbfounded Yang Zhao and Yi Xianro. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. What about Qiuzi Ruo? I don't know. We separated on the way back. I don't know where he is now. Good. Yang Zhao suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter like thunder, rolling across the room. Both Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng couldn't help feeling their cheeks burn, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. You're quite strong. You were actually beaten to such a state by my ninth brother. You really are all young lords from first-class families. Your skills are extraordinary. Usually you're all proud and arrogant, but now you're like stray dogs. You brought so many people with you, yet you couldn't even capture my ninth brother. What use do I have for you?" Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng were scolded so harshly that they couldn't help feeling annoyed. Although they felt sullen in their hearts, they didn't dare to refute. Chapter 5:18. Just as Yang Zhao was reprimanding Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, an angry roar suddenly rang out, "Xiang Chu, Nan Sheng, your time of death has come." This voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, who were both filled with shame and anger, couldn't help panicking when they heard these words. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became strange as he glared towards Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, sneering, "What do you mean? Why is ninth brother here?" Nan Sheng closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Xiang Chu braced himself and said, "Yang Kai seems to have chased us all the way here." "Nonsense." Yang Zhao ground his teeth and roared, "Of course I know he chased us all the way here, but why is he doing this? Are you hiding something from me?" When he was describing the battle with Yang Kai, Xiang Chu hadn't mentioned anything about High Heaven Pavilion because he was afraid Yang Zhao would think too much. But now, Yang Kai had arrived outside the mansion, so Xiang Chu suddenly understood that he couldn't hide anything. "Speak. What did you do to provoke him and make him so angry?" Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. It was High Heaven Pavilion's people. Big Brother Nan injured one of their disciples. High Heaven Pavilion? The sect ninth brother came from? Yang Zhao frowned and continued to ask, "It's not that simple, is it? Second young master, please calm your anger." Xiang Chu frowned and helplessly explained the whole story. After listening, Yang Zhao nodded gently, opposing each other and resorting to any means necessary. What you did wasn't wrong. Xiang Chu was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yang Zhao didn't want to hold them accountable, but just as his smile bloomed, Yang Zhao's expression became cold again as he glared at him and said, "If you had the ability to withstand ninth brother's revenge, I would have clapped my hands in joy. But do you have the ability? If you don't have the ability, then why would you do such a stupid thing? I only want to say that you two idiots have been blinded by hatred." Xiang Chu kept quiet out of fear. Nan Sheng raised his head and said, "Regardless of whether we are right or wrong, Yang Kai is making such a ruckus outside the mansion right now. If second young master doesn't respond, I'm afraid the world will look down on you." "Trying to goad me?" Yang Zhao laughed. "Nan Sheng, you really look down on this Yang Zhao too much. No wonder you and Xiang Chu suffered such a big loss at the hands of my ninth brother." Nan Sheng couldn't help but panic, his voice trembling as he said, "This Nan didn't mean that. Second young master, please forgive me." Glaring at him coldly, Yang Zhao said, "But you're right. Ninth brother daring to provoke me outside my house in broad daylight. I can't just ignore him." When Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng heard this, they couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, second young lord." "No need." Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and said flatly, "This time I will protect you because you are still my allies. After today, all of you can return to your respective clans. War City does not need you, nor does the Yang family's inheritance war." With a cold snort, he turned around, picked up his clothes, and walked out. Behind him, Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu's faces were completely drained of blood. They hadn't expected that because of this incident, Yang Zhao would actually expel them. The Xiang and Nan families were quite powerful and had long since attached themselves to the great tree that was Yang Zhao in this inheritance war. For so long, they had braved wind and rain, experiencing all kinds of hardships, fighting side by side with Yang Zhao. For the sake of the inheritance war, the Xiang and Ming families had also invested a lot of manpower, material, financial, and so on. But now, at the end of the inheritance war, they were actually going to be expelled by the main family. If news of this spread out, the two families would definitely become laughingstocks. After paying so much, not receiving any benefits was only secondary. The family's honor would definitely be tarnished. After offending Yang Kai and failing to obtain his protection and favor, wanting to establish a relationship with the Yang family in the future would be somewhat unrealistic. The other great forces in the world may also alienate the Xiang and Nan families because of this incident. When that time came, the family's development would definitely be difficult. It was also very likely that because of this incident, the two of them would lose their positions as family heirs. Considering all this, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng couldn't help shivering in cold sweat. Immediately, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Both of them couldn't help grinding their teeth and clenching their fists. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could they have fallen to such a state? Two young lords. A delicate voice suddenly called out from the side, causing the dazed Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng to look up and see Exine Rose smiling charmingly, reaching out to cover her chest with a quilt, exposing her two delicate shoulders, giving off an alluring luster like that of porcelain. Normally, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng would definitely have imprinted this beautiful scene into their eyes, but right now, they weren't in the mood to do so. Yi Exine Ro giggled, not caring about her exposed skin, reaching out and lifting the quilt, revealing the front of her chest, whispering softly, "You're standing here. It's not easy for me to get dressed. Can you two step back for a moment? Also, second young lord has already left. Don't you want to chase after him?" Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng awoke from their stupor and quickly ran out. Although Yang Zhao had said that he would protect them this time, who knew if he was telling the truth? After the two left, Yi Exine Ro curled her lips and muttered discontentedly, "Why didn't you help me close the door?" Muttering to herself, her cheeks flushed red as she muttered to herself, "This Yang Kai is quite interesting. Even daring to stab Kang Zhan, his courage is quite big." Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she had never spoken to this youngest Yang family young lord, so she didn't know what kind of temperament he had. But today, after experiencing it for herself, she couldn't help secretly paying attention, wondering who would win the inheritance war between him and second young lord Yang Zhao. Outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Kai stood alone, his demonic chi soaring to the heavens, his huge divine sense enveloping the entire compound, penetrating every nook and cranny. A steady stream of people rushed towards Yang Kai's house and slowly gathered. These people had all been attracted by Yang Kai's voice, and none of them knew what was happening. Inside War City, a storm was brewing. A few thousand meters away, inside a tea house, Yang Wei, who had concealed his appearance, squinted towards Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away and couldn't help feeling surprised. He found that although Yang Kai seemed calm right now, in fact, his murderous intent had been locked onto a certain spot in Yang Zhao's house, and the look on his face was also extremely firm. It was as if he would never give up until he had killed his target. What does ninth brother want to do? Yang Wei was stunned. War City had been peaceful for more than 2 months now, and everyone had been working hard to develop and strengthen themselves in order to achieve the effect of suppressing the enemy. Ninth brother suddenly making such a move made Yang Wei quite confused. However, faintly, Yang Wei felt like he had missed a good show. There should be some kind of conflict between ninth brother and second brother that he wasn't aware of, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such a big fuss in broad daylight. At that moment, a blood-red light broke through the air, bringing with it an unparalleled demonic chi. Yang Wei's breath came to a halt as he stared towards this blood-red light. A moment later, the blood-red light fell beside Yang Kai. It was the evil demon master who had suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's house 2 months ago. Young master. As soon as the old demon appeared, he stood not far from Yang Kai, vigilant of the surrounding movements. Yang Kai nodded gently, already knowing that this old man would come, so he didn't show much interest. Where did this person come from? Yang Wei thought bitterly, really unable to figure out the origins of this old demon. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Wei saw a familiar figure calmly sit down in the chair across from him. Turning his head, Yang Wei found that it was actually Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Yang Wei nodded slightly and raised his hand to pour him a cup of tea. No one knows where that person came from, Lu Qingyao suddenly said. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. All we know is that half a year ago he was active in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and killed a lot of people. Oh? Yang Wei raised his brow. So, he's from the Evil Land. Unlikely. In the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, there is no such person under the command of the 6 great evil kings. Lu Qingyao shook his head. The old demon had displayed shocking strength 2 months ago, so Lu Qingyao was naturally more concerned about him. Even after using the Lu family's strength to inquire about him for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. But it seems that he is very respectful to ninth brother. Why is such a strong person so docile in front of ninth brother? Yang Wei gently sighed, still puzzled. These were masters who were only one step away from the above immortal ascension boundary. Even the central capital's 8 great families didn't have many such masters. These people, even if their status wasn't as high as those at the above immortal ascension boundary, weren't far behind. Once they broke through, they would receive the respect and admiration of the masses. Not to mention him, your ninth brother is also not a fish in a pond. Lu Qingyao's expression became dignified as he stared off into the distance, fixing his eyes on Yang Kai. Yang Wei glanced over at him and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect young Lord Lu to praise someone so highly. If ninth brother knew, he would definitely be proud. Lu Qingyao shook his head. I'm not qualified to evaluate him. His future achievements will be higher than mine. He's higher than you now. Yang Wei smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai's vitality was now extremely vigorous. Although he was only at the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, even from such a distance, Yang Kai could still feel a huge amount of pressure coming from Yang Kai. He estimated that if he were to fight with Yang Kai now, he would be defeated in less than 10 breaths. Even if Lu Qingyao was stronger than him, he was definitely not his ninth brother's opponent. Since Yang Wei could see this, Lu Qingyao naturally could as well, but he didn't refute Yang Wei's words and instead nodded. It's just that if he continues like this, he will sooner or later fall into the demon Dao. When that time comes, no matter how strong he is or how good his aptitude is, it will be useless. The Yuan Qi in his body is filled with too much malevolent evil Qi, something he won't be able to suppress. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help wearing a bitter expression, knowing that Lu Qingyao wasn't exaggerating. But in his heart he couldn't help wondering how Yang Kai had become like this. Could it be that ninth brother has been cultivating some kind of demonic secret art these past 2 months? Yang Wei secretly guessed. Chapter 519. More and more people rushed out of Yang Kai's house to confront him, but when they saw the old demon guarding Yang Kai, their faces filled with horror and none of them dared to act rashly. The old demon's bloody and cruel methods that night had given them too much of a deterrent. Not long after the old demon arrived, Qiu Yiming also appeared beside Yang Kai with a group of people. When she saw Yang Kai's current state, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help being startled and quickly rushed over to ask, Yang Kai, what happened to you? Hua Xing's eyes also trembled as he felt the demonic qi emanating from Yang Kai's body, causing his heart to go cold. The crowd was also pointing at Yang Kai and whispering, discussing whether the youngest young lord of the Yang family was really on the verge of becoming the demon race and was about to lose his mind and be driven by evil. If this was the case, it would be a big joke. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always been like fire and water, and the cultivator of the 8 great families had always been responsible for eradicating the demon race. The Yang family's rising star, who was expected to win the right to inherit the patriarch's position, was actually about to become an evil demon. If this news spread, it would only become the talk of the world. Tang Yuxian, the Hu sisters, Dong Qinghan, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman. All of them looked over with concern, their faces filled with worry. Are you still sober? Qiu Yiming asked in a trembling voice, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, trying to find a trace of humanity in them. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Yang Kai's eyes, although clear at the moment, were filled with murderous intent, as if he had been affected by hatred and murderous intent, obliterating his true nature. Qiu Yiming couldn't help trembling as she felt somewhat at a loss. Although her performance in the Inheritance War was excellent, and she had been acting as Yang Kai's deputy, directing the actions of the mini-cultivator in the house, in the end, she still regarded Yang Kai as her backbone and all her actions and commands revolved around him. If Yang Kai had an accident, all her efforts would have been in vain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shook his head. It's okay. Qiu Yiming was stunned, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai was able to suppress the demonic qi in this state and maintain a clear mind. If it was any other martial artist, they probably wouldn't be able to do it, right? Old Demon curled his lips and grinned. Young master, your current aura is very much to old servant's liking. Ha 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 ha. Us master and servant really do share some kind of fate. Chiao Ming couldn't help glancing at Yang Kai. Yang, since you're back, why did you come here? To kill. Kill who? Xiang Chu and Nan Shang. Hearing to Yang Kai's family Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, although their status wasn't comparable to the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, they were still the future successors of first-class families. Such people couldn't be killed just because Yang Kai said so. Even a hateful person like Lu Song, Yang Kai didn't intend to take his life, so why would he want to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng at this time? Chiao Ming, who had just calmed down, couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai had gone crazy. Yang Kai, can we go back first? Chiao Ming stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pleading softly, let's go back and discuss this matter. We need to see if there is a suitable method to kill Nansheng and Xiang Chu without too much effort. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her strangely. I'm serious. Even if you block the way, there's no way to kill them. Yang Zhao has a lot of cultivators. Even if we all rush in, we may not be able to kill them. Chiao Ming continued, let's go back first, okay? Huastar's eyes couldn't help bulging. He had never seen such a gentle side of Chiao Ming before. The Chiao family's first young lady had always been intelligent and far-sighted, giving people a sense of shrewdness and ability, making everyone overlook her feminine side. Once such a woman became gentle, she was a fatal temptation to any man, an irresistible temptation. Huastars thought that if he were treated so gently by Chiao Ming, his bones would melt and he would become completely obedient to her. Yes, Yang Kai, let's go back first. We'll accompany you to discuss this matter for a few days and nights. Luo Xiaoman didn't know where her courage came from, but she actually dared to speak to Yang Kai. The 4 10,000 Flower Palace girls all nodded in agreement, each of them trying to persuade Yang Kai one by one. Although their words were different, without exception, all of them were extremely gentle, their faces filled with the radiance of motherly love. The rest of the crowd couldn't help looking at each other strangely. Yang Kai frowned, sweeping his eyes over the crowd, his eyes finally landing on Chiao Ming's face. Do you all treat me like a child? However, even though he said this, Yang Kai still felt a burst of warmth in his heart. No matter what, these people were concerned about his condition. All the women present blushed, only now realizing that his mind was really clear and there were no signs of confusion. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, a trace of gratitude and tenderness appearing on his face as he said lightly, I'm really fine. You don't need to worry. Chiao Ming took a deep breath, her expression becoming solemn. Good. I believe you're really fine. But you said you want to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng. How are you going to do that? This is Yang Zhao's house. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators here, 4 or 5 times our number. Even if you can kill them, most of the people here will die with them. Do you really have the heart to do that? You think too highly of them. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he slowly shook his head. Numbers don't mean everything. Second brother is a cautious person. Without absolute certainty, it's absolutely impossible for him to fight with me. He has scruples about big brother. He wants to win the inheritance war. Heh, I don't care. Yang Kai sneered. Chiao Ming was stunned. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would not only be fine but also have such a clear mind. One was free to act recklessly while the other was cautious and overcautious. The development of the situation was likely to be exactly as Yang Kai had said. While Chiao Ming was in a daze, Yang Zhao had already strode out of the house, his face gloomy, and under the protection of the numerous cultivators, he coldly shouted, Ninth brother, what is the meaning of this? Yang Zhao was also furious. The failure of Xiang Chu, Nansheng, and the others had greatly disappointed him. Although he was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength, being blocked outside his house like this made Yang Zhao feel like his face had been damaged. It was still daytime, and although dark clouds had gathered in the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, his ninth brother acting like this was clearly not putting him in his eyes. Second brother, Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Second brother's methods are quite good. This time, ninth brother almost lost. Yang Zhao's expression became bitter as he coldly snorted. No need to ridicule second brother. It was I who underestimated your strength. This time, if I had gone out personally, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Even if second brother had gone out personally, I'm afraid he wouldn't have succeeded. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he said in a low voice, "Ninth brother, second brother now realizes that you are the most arrogant person in the Yang family." Pausing for a moment, Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. "Ninth brother, for a single high heaven pavilion disciple, is it really worth it? I've heard what happened, and indeed, since you had an agreement with Kongzhan, the Xiang and Nan families still dared to make a move against them. That's their fault. Their deaths aren't worth regretting. But you've already killed so many people, your anger should have subsided by now. You bringing people to block second brother's door, don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Or, do you think second brother is easy to bully?" At the end of his words, Yang Zhao's tone became stern. As he questioned, the other cultivators around him all began to secretly condense their true qi, causing the scene to suddenly become tense. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he coldly said, "Second brother, this time I don't want to argue with you. I just want to kill people. Once I kill those 2 people, I'll leave immediately." "With me here, can you kill them? Then there's nothing to say." Yang Kai's face filled with disappointment as he slowly shook his head, his eyes sweeping past Yang Zhao and landing somewhere behind him. At some point, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng had sneaked out and were currently hiding in the crowd, observing the situation from afar. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze on them, the 2 of them couldn't help going pale. "Today, no matter who is protecting you, you'll all die." Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient look as he coldly shouted, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Kacha. Suddenly, the ground began to freeze and an incomparably cold aura descended. With Yang Kai as the center, the fan-shaped territory in front of him was instantly frozen solid. Feeling the danger and murderous intent contained within this cold aura, the cultivators gathered around Yang Zhao's mansion all paled and quickly flew up into the air to avoid the encroaching cold. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated by Yang Kai's true Yang secret art, the energy contained within the unyielding golden skeleton was both evil and cold, the polar opposite of the true Yang Yuan Qi. As soon as Yang Kai used this evil energy, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. The old demon let out a strange laugh as he stretched out his hand and sent out a blood-red light. The frozen earth was suddenly covered in a crimson light, and within this crimson light, a figure strangely appeared. This was the blood demon puppet refined by the old demon. As long as this sea of blood existed, it was immortal. The blood demon stood quietly above the sea of blood, not making the slightest movement, only a monstrous evil aura pulsing from its body. At the same time, Tang Yuxian also let out a shout as she released her powerful spiritual energy. The cultivators around Yang Kai no longer hesitated and summoned their artifacts. Roar. A loud roar rang out as a huge triangular head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This was a head made of pure black energy. This triangular head swayed back and forth as its 2 copper bell-sized slender eyes exuded a terrifying chill. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, no one dared to act rashly. Gradually, this head finally revealed its full ferocious appearance, causing cries of alarm to ring out. This head was actually a jet black flood dragon. Its several dozen meter-long body hovered above Yang Kai's head, as lifelike as a real creature. When Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng saw this black flood dragon they had not seen in a long time, their legs couldn't help going soft and they almost fell to the ground. At the foot of Taifeng Mountain, Yang Kai had relied on this black flood dragon, condensed from Yuan Qi, to bite off the body of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Chapter 520. The several dozen meter-long black flood dragon slowly moved forward, causing many of the cultivators present to feel a sense of panic, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. These cultivators from Yang Kai's house had thought that they could rely on their numerical advantage to defeat Yang Kai's group, but after seeing the strength of Yang Kai's display of strength, all of them immediately restrained such thoughts. Such strength and heritage was not something an average person could capture. In today's battle, even if they could defeat the cultivators from Yang Kai's house, they might not necessarily be able to capture Yang Kai. What made them feel a little relieved, though, was that whether it was the old demon or Tang Yuxian, after showing their strength, neither of them made any moves, as if they were only here to deter and had no intention of actually starting a massacre. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Ninth brother, do you really intend to fight with second brother here?" As Yang Kai had said before, Yang Zhao had more concerns than he did. Although he had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, in terms of strength and number of masters, he was inferior to Yang Kai's house. Once a fight broke out, the result would only be a lose-lose situation. At that time, the fisherman who reaped the benefits would be Yang Wei. He didn't want others to take advantage of him. Before he had an absolute advantage, he didn't intend to face anyone head-on. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's tyrannical display this time made Yang Zhao realize that the course of the inheritance war would not develop as he expected. Second brother, as I said, I only want to kill those two people. Hand them over and I'll immediately withdraw. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Impossible. Yang Zhao also shook his head. If he really handed over Xiang Chu and Nansheng, what would become of him? However, he also understood from Yang Kai's words that Yang Kai also didn't want to start a war here. A lose-lose situation was something no one was willing to accept. Yang Zhao was afraid that Yang Wei would take advantage of the situation while Yang Kai was unwilling to let his friends face danger. The starting points of the two were different, but their considerations were the same. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled and said, "Ninth brother, since you and second brother both have concerns, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what kind of plot Yang Zhao was trying to play, but he still nodded gently. "Speak." This time, let's just treat it as an internal struggle between our Yang family members. Since it's an internal struggle, only the Yang family members can participate. You want to kill, and I want to protect. Let's use our own methods. How about it? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up as he smiled playfully. Internal strife? Not bad. Only the Yang family members can participate? Yes. Including blood warriors, right? Of course, the blood warriors may not be surnamed Yang, but they are still members of my Yang family. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly, then suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. We'll do as second brother says. This time, it's an internal struggle between my Yang family members. It's a deal. Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing, as if he had just succeeded in some kind of plot. Yang Kai also laughed, but his laugh was extremely strange. Xiao Yiming's brow furrowed, faintly realizing that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both wore confused looks, neither of them understanding what Yang Zhao was trying to do. Why was he acting so smug? Even more so, they couldn't understand what Yang Kai was trying to do, his expression completely calm and confident. Of these two brothers, one was confident he could protect Nansheng and Xiang Chu, while the other was confident he could kill them. In the end, no one knew who would succeed. Since only the Yang family members could participate in this battle, Tang Yuxian and the Blood Warrior beside Yang Zhao would definitely face off, so Yang Zhao's opponent would be Yang Kai. Although the current Yang Kai's aura was ferocious and brutal, showing signs of becoming the demon race, his oppressive momentum and tyrannical strength were obvious to all. Was Yang Zhao confident he could stop him? Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao weren't optimistic. Even if Yang Zhao was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be Yang Kai's opponent. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Zhao would be defeated. Yuxian, Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Tang Yuxian nodded gently, her delicate body flickering as she flew up into the air. The Blood Warrior beside Yang Zhao smiled lightly, and without the slightest hesitation rushed up to meet Tang Yuxian. The two Blood Warriors didn't even exchange a single word before they immediately began fighting. However, no one paid any attention to them. Even though they were both immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, today's focus was still on the two Yang family young lords. Ninth brother, Yang Zhao shouted. To everyone's surprise, facing Yang Kai at this moment, he actually didn't defend himself and instead launched a fierce counterattack, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Suddenly, several strange bulges appeared on the ground, as if there were giant earthworms rapidly moving up and down. Traces of terrifying energy surged up from below and rushed towards Yang Kai. Earth Demon Dragon technique. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Zhao had used this martial skill to deal with Hua stars. Each of these Earth Fiend Dragons was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast and was stored in Yang Zhao's body. When facing an enemy, he could use them flexibly, often catching his enemy off guard and catching them off guard. At that time, Yang Zhao could only use 7 Earth Demon Dragons, but now, with the growth of his strength, he could use 10 of them, and the power each of them could display was incomparable to before. Facing Yang Zhao's killing move, Yang Kai's expression didn't change in the slightest. With a single thought, the black flood dragon hovering above his head suddenly opened its bloody maw and shot out a jet of black energy. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk each wave of energy struck the Earth Fiend Dragon art below the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Yang Zhao's Earth Fiend Dragon art was scattered before it could do anything. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. Instead, a strange grin appeared on his face as he stared towards Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pride and pity as he muttered softly, "Ninth brother, you're finished." A few thousand meters away, in the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both paled, exchanging a glance, suddenly understanding what Yang Zhao was planning. Qiu Yiming's beautiful face also went pale, because in the midst of the cloud of dust, she suddenly noticed a figure approaching Yang Kai at an incredible speed. This person's appearance was extremely strange and silent, so by the time Qiu Yiming noticed and wanted to warn Yang Zhao, it was already too late. "Second brother, do you really think ninth brother doesn't know what you're planning?" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and the black flood dragon above his head shot out like an arrow from a bow. Before the strange figure that had appeared behind him could reach him, Yang Kai opened his mouth and bit down on him. The man was stunned, not having expected that his whereabouts would be completely understood by Yang Kai. Realizing how strange and difficult the black flood dragon was to deal with, he didn't dare to attack rashly, his figure flickering a few times before he arrived beside Yang Kai and stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his figure remaining motionless as he stared at the pale-faced Yang Zhao indifferently. It turns out that the other blood warrior in second brother's house has already broken the Qi binding seal, Yang Wei suddenly realized. During the artifact snatching battle at Pojing Lake, every young lord had a blood warrior with their Yuan Qi sealed by the Qi binding seal. This was the work of the Yang family's grand elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If a blood warrior wanted to rely on their own strength to break this seal, it would take at least 2 months. The blood warrior in Yang Wei's house had been in retreat, trying to break through the Qi binding seal's seal. More than 2 months had passed, and he should be about to emerge. But unexpectedly, the blood warrior in Yang Zhao's house who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi had already succeeded. No wonder Yang Zhao had made such a proposal. It turned out that this was the reason. With Ingjanat here, Yang Kai now had to face Yang Zhao and an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage blood warrior on his own. In the eyes of outsiders, he had no chance of winning. "You already knew?" Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly. He thought his plan had succeeded and was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to directly eliminate Yang Kai, but he hadn't expected the other party to already know he had a blood warrior hidden away. "Naturally I knew." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Under his powerful divine sense, no one in Yang Zhao's house could hide from him. "You knew and still dared to agree?" Yang Zhao stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "So what if I agreed?" Yang Kai said proudly, slowly shaking his head. "You can't stop me." These words were extremely arrogant. Everyone was dumbfounded, each of them showing a strange expression, secretly wondering if the Yang family's ninth brother had really gone mad. He couldn't be measured by the normal way of thinking at this moment. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao were also dumbfounded. Facing an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage blood warrior, he actually dared to utter such arrogant words? He really didn't take the blood warriors of his family seriously. Everyone couldn't help feeling a strange mood. The blood warrior next to Yang Zhao wore a bitter expression, smacking his lips as he said, "Little lord, although all of us blood warriors admire you, being looked down upon by you like this makes me feel very uncomfortable. In order to prove my strength, I won't hold back." "Then try and see if you can stop me," Yang Kai laughed. waving his hands and sending out a black aura that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. The black flood dragon above his head also let out a resounding roar, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it rushed towards the blood warriors and Yang Zhao. Yang Kai didn't intend to waste any more time and immediately attacked with his full strength. In the face of such a violent attack, Yang Zhao suddenly felt suffocated and couldn't help feeling like he was unable to resist. On the other hand, the blood warrior beside him suddenly released a burst of powerful energy fluctuations from his body, and a white light enveloped him and Yang Zhao at the same time, protecting them. Kong Kong Kong. The black aura impacted the white light, and in the blink of an eye, the white light was suddenly stained like clear water that had been splashed with ink. The blood warrior's expression changed greatly, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to display such strange means. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly pulled Yang Zhao away. However, the black aura seemed to have eyes of its own and followed them like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing them. A resounding dragon roar rang out again as the several dozen-meter-long black flood dragon rushed towards the heads of the blood warriors and Yang Zhao, opening its bloody maw. A violent wave of energy, centered on the black flood dragon, suddenly burst forth and spread in all directions. The black aura also seemed to be ignited and burst apart. Chapter 521. All the spectating cultivators showed pained expressions under this strange power. All of them suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, causing them to feel the urge to kneel on the ground. Only the old demon grinned, his eyes flashing a look of enjoyment and pleasure. This violent and evil aura was exactly the kind of power he longed for. Run! Get away from that black chi. How is that possible? How can this little lord use such a powerful force? Am I seeing things? The cultivators in Yang Zhao's house all shouted, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear as they hurriedly dodged, fearing they would be eroded by this black chi. A heaven-splitting, earth-shattering wave of power suddenly erupted from the black flood dragon's body, and a black vortex appeared in its maw. This vortex rapidly rotated, producing an unparalleled suction force that pulled Yang Zhao and the blood warriors around him towards it. Under the influence of this power, Yang Zhao had almost no strength to resist. If it weren't for the blood warriors guarding him, he would have already been sucked into the black flood dragon's maw and crushed to pieces. His face going pale, Yang Zhao realized for the first time that the gap in strength between himself and his ninth brother was so huge. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Yang Zhao feared that even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he would never be able to catch up to his ninth brother. Thinking so, Yang Zhao suddenly felt a little disheartened, suddenly feeling that all struggles, resistance, the inheritance war, the Yang family patriarch, all of them were meaningless. Second young lord. The blood warrior shouted in Yang Zhao's ear, causing Yang Zhao to shiver as if he had just been struck by lightning, his dazed eyes recovering a trace of clarity. Don't be affected by this aura, the blood warrior quickly reminded. Yang Zhao sweated profusely and nodded quickly. He was not a man who easily admitted defeat. The reason why he had such negative thoughts just now was purely because he had been affected by Yang Kai's strange power. After being awakened by the blood warrior, Yang Zhao had also guarded his mind, not wanting to be affected by Yang Kai's aura again. Yu Xian. Yang Kai also roared. Up in the sky, Tang Yu Xian, who was fighting with the other blood warrior who was following Yang Zhao, grinned at her opponent and sent out a powerful spiritual energy towards him. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage? The blood warrior who was fighting Tang Yu Xian suddenly exclaimed. Ah, you saw through me, Tang Yu Xian chuckled. I wanted to hide it for a while. How is that possible? The blood warrior swept his eyes over Tang Yu Xian, as if trying to get to know her again. How did you break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage so quickly? The blood warriors were as close as brothers and sisters and knew each other well. What level Tang Yu Xian was at right now, her opponent was naturally well aware of, and knew exactly when she would break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage. But now, the sudden burst of spiritual energy made him realize that Tang Yu Xian had actually broken through. How did you do it? The blood warrior asked eagerly. Originally, his aptitude and strength were about the same as Tang Yuxian's, but now that a woman had surpassed him, he was naturally both happy and anxious. He was happy because another of his blood warrior hall brothers and sisters had broken through, but he was anxious because he had fallen behind. I'm not telling you. Tang Yuxian grinned. The man slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yuxian, it seems that after following the little lord, even your mentality has become younger. You weren't so naughty before. Tang Yuxian's face sank as she coldly asked, What do you mean? Are you saying I'm old? The man's heart clenched as he immediately realized that he had touched Tang Yuxian's taboo and quickly waved his hand. Yuxian, I didn't say that. I didn't want to teach you a lesson, but now I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tang Yuxian said angrily, no longer showing any mercy as her opponent began to complain. Although there was only a single step gap between them, it was this one step gap that allowed Tang Yuxian to possess strength far superior to her opponent. Moreover, during the battle, Tang Yuxian could constantly release her soul skills to assist Yang Kai. With Tang Yuxian's assistance, Yang Kai's situation became more and more relaxed. Little Lord, please excuse me. The blood warrior who was guarding Yang Zhao suddenly shouted, immediately releasing his grip on Yang Kai and circulating his yuan qi. A green beam of light shot out from his body, forming a huge pillar of light that rushed towards Yang Kai. Crack. Before this beam of light could reach Yang Kai, he stretched out his hand and a black beam of energy rushed out, intercepting it midair and dispersing it. The attack condensed by the Yang family blood warrior, even if it wasn't his full strength, was still extremely terrifying and was unable to block Yang Kai's attack. Everyone was shocked, none of them knowing just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was at this moment. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although his vitality was extremely vigorous, his brow furrowed. This head-on confrontation with the blood warrior had made him realize that it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. The Yang family blood warrior's reputation was not undeserved. Even if he had transformed into the demon race at this moment, with the assistance of Tang Yuxian's soul skill, it was impossible for him to defeat him. In other words, if it weren't for his need to protect Yang Zhao, he might have been defeated. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was not the blood warrior's opponent. Thinking quickly, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai coldly snorted and summoned the black dragon and all the evil energy back to him, wrapping him up. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai summoned a small sword into his palm. This was the heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. Since refining it until now, Yang Kai still felt like he hadn't been able to fully integrate with it. But at this moment, in order to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng, Yang Kai had no choice but to use it. Success or failure, it all depended on this one move. Glancing behind Yang Zhao, Yang Kai saw Xiang Chu and Nansheng hiding in the crowd, their faces filled with hatred and resentment. I said, no one can protect you today, you must die. Standing in place, Yang Kai let out a deep roar as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Xiang Chu and Nansheng trembled, suddenly feeling uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and find someone who could protect them. Unfortunately, all the masters from the Xiang and Nan family had been killed by Yang Kai during his pursuit. The only two remaining peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters had fought with Jiao and had yet to return. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find a master they could rely on. Facing Yang Kai's cold eyes and shout, the two of them couldn't help feeling a bad premonition. Yang Kai's performance was beyond their expectations. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to pursue them all the way to Yang Zhao's mansion and even make such a big fuss here, not giving any face to anyone, making it seem like he wouldn't give up until he killed both of them. We are heirs of first-class families, Yang Kai. If you dare kill us, you will definitely regret it. Nansheng couldn't help screaming hysterically. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly said, I don't care if you are heirs of a first-class family or not. If you had injured my people in a frontal battle, I wouldn't have had anything to say, but since you dared to take advantage of me while I wasn't paying attention, you must pay the price. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. Zheng. A crisp and melodious sound rang out from the small sword in his hand, as if someone was gently flicking it. A strange aura began to spread from Yang Kai's body. Quickly stop him. Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, summoning his mysterious grade artifact at the same time. This was a shining golden ring-shaped artifact, one of his spoils from the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake. Madly pouring his yuan qi into the ring, Yang Zhao casually threw it out, causing the ring to suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the golden ring blotted out the sky and flew towards Yang Kai. The flood dragon roared, swayed its body, and used its huge body to protect Yang Kai, leaving no room for escape. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. At some unknown time, Tang Yuxian had also rushed down from the sky, an unimaginable strength erupting from her delicate body as she stood in front of Yang Kai. The two blood warriors who followed Yang Zhao also rushed up. A violent wave of attacks shot towards Tang Yuxian. The scene was chaotic. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was as calm as still water. The noise, the sounds of battle, and the violent explosions of energy were all blown away by the wind, as if he was standing on a calm lake. Drip. Yang Kai's heart throbbed, and for some reason, his spiritual energy and the small sword-like soul-type artifact had reached an unprecedented state of harmony at this moment. Yang Kai seemed to have integrated himself into the small sword. Show. The small sword transformed into a stream of light and shot out from Yang Kai's hand at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye or even capture with one's divine sense. With his consciousness inside the small sword, Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian, who had used her Mad Tyrant blood skill to fight against the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warriors, sweat dripping down her face, but she did not retreat. He saw the Black Flood Dragon, who had been guarding him, being battered by Yang Zhao's mysterious great artifact, its black qi tumbling. He saw the surrounding cultivators' jaws drop in disbelief. He even saw his own figure reflected in Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes, as well as the worry in them. A few thousand meters away, in a tea house, Yang Kai saw Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao standing by the window with dignified expressions. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and Yang Kai's thoughts and feelings were 10,000 times clearer than before. Everything he saw was imprinted in his mind. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Under this kind of sensation, Yang Kai experienced an unprecedented feeling. Hong. It was as if a layer of shackles in his mind had been broken, causing him to suddenly feel light, as if he was a fish leaping into the sky. The speed of the small sword-like soul-type artifact also increased by a fraction. High up in the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire War City suddenly condensed at this moment, becoming thicker and more oppressive than before. Yang Kai was immersed in a state of selflessness, locking his sights on Nansheng. Chapter 522. As if realizing something, Nansheng immediately panicked and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" Yang Zhao heard this, but unfortunately didn't do anything. Facing Yang Kai, who was so powerful, he had already used all the means at his disposal, but all he could do was break through some of the Black Flood Dragon's defenses. He couldn't even touch Yang Kai's body, so how could he spare any energy to help Nansheng? Even if he had the strength to spare, he wouldn't be able to react in time. In the next moment, Nansheng felt as if his throat was being squeezed by an invisible hand, his heart-wrenching cries suddenly becoming stuck in his throat. Xiang Chu, who was standing not far from him, stared at him in amazement, his eyes trembling violently. He found that his big brother Nan's eyes had lost all light and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. A brilliant light burst out from Nansheng's head and returned to Yang Kai's hand, transforming back into the small sword. Nansheng fell on his back, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. His eyes had lost all light. Everyone present was dumbfounded. In the field, with the exception of a few powerful Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, no one had been able to clearly see when this small sword had attacked. Even the masters who had seen through the mysteries of this soul-type artifact couldn't help furrowing their brows as they secretly felt apprehensive. They didn't know if they would be able to resist Yang Kai if he used this soul-type artifact to deal with them. Soul-type artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. They were driven by one's divine sense and would only damage one's soul and knowledge see. The power they could display was directly linked to the strength of the cultivator's spiritual energy. The stronger one's spiritual energy was, the greater the effect they could display, and vice versa. Although this small sword was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, its grade was not low. If one didn't have a powerful divine sense, it wouldn't be able to display its full power. After seeing such a blow, the two blood warriors who were fighting Tang Yuxian no longer dared to hesitate and quickly retreated to protect Yang Zhao. They were afraid that Yang Kai would use this move to deal with their second young lord, and if that happened, the situation would become even worse. Tang Yuxian didn't pursue and instead stood in front of Yang Kai, panting slightly. The black flood dragon coiled around its body, its huge triangular head and slender eyes staring at Xiang Chu in the crowd. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Nansheng's sudden death had scared Xiang Chu out of his wits, only now realizing that Yang Kai really had the ability to kill him under Yang Zhao's protection. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't know if his death would come in the next moment. He wanted to look for experts who could protect him, but when he looked around, everyone was far away from him, their faces filled with fear. Many of these people used to be brothers with Xiang Chu and Nansheng, drinking and having fun together and talking about the future, but now, they all avoided Xiang Chu like a viper, afraid that they would be implicated by him, leading to them being targeted by Yang Kai and dying without knowing why. The ways of the world were like drinking water. Only the person who drank it would know whether it was hot or cold. Xiang Chu suddenly felt a little disheartened and cynical, his expression becoming ferocious as he sneered at those who were avoiding him. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and gripped the small sword in his hand. His brow furrowed as his yuan qi fluctuated. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a muffled sound of thunder rang out from the sky, like the beating of war drums from the depths of the earth, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their hearts to pound violently. As the wind blew, the dark clouds that covered the entire War City became thicker and thicker. Gradually, War City fell completely into darkness, without a trace of light. In this pitch-black darkness, no one knew what was happening. All the onlookers were whispering to one another as they stared at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, unable to help feeling anxious and uneasy. Somewhere, Ming Wuya, who had been quietly observing the situation with his hands behind his back, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, who was standing motionless in place, with a look of expectation on his face. Master, master! Xianing Chang gasped for breath, running out of the house at some point. Ming Wuya glanced at her and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Xianing Chang couldn't help shrinking her neck and asking softly, Master, what happened to Junior Brother? I don't know. It looks like he's become the demon race, but he's still conscious. I don't know what happened to this bastard. He's really a troublemaker. Ming Wuya said with a depressed expression. Since coming to War City, he had helped clean up Yang Kai's mess many times. Although he had repeatedly said to Yang Kai that he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, when Yang Kai was facing some difficulties, he had no choice but to help. Then is he all right now? Xia Ning Cheng's beautiful eyes filled with worry as she asked anxiously. He should be fine. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, a strange look appearing on his face. Not only is he all right, but looking at him right now, it seems he's about to break through. He's about to break through. Xianing Chang cried out in surprise and covered her mouth. She raised her head to look at the thick black clouds in the sky. Feeling the destructive power hidden within the clouds, she couldn't help but turn pale as she suddenly realized, Master, you're saying that this is the phenomenon caused by Junior Brother's breakthrough? It should be. Meng Wuya was also shocked. There had never been a cultivator who had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary that would cause such a great disturbance. The world energy contained in these clouds was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. Even at this moment, Meng Wuya was not certain he could withstand it. Can Junior Brother withstand such a baptism? Xia Ningchang panicked. Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would cause some changes in the surrounding world energy, drawing in the surrounding world energy to baptize their body. During the process of baptism, A cultivator could absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen their body. However, each cultivator had a different aptitude and physique, so during the process of baptism, the benefits they could obtain were also different. The better one's aptitude and physique were, the greater the benefits they could obtain. When Xianing Chang broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she had also experienced this process, but at that time, the amount of world energy she could draw in was less than a tenth of what she was now experiencing. This kind of world energy could no longer be called a baptism, it was called destruction. It's up to his luck, Meng Wuya said in a low voice, a trace of deep worry between his brows. Not to mention that his precious disciple was deeply in love with that bastard brat. If something really happened to him, his precious disciple would definitely be heartbroken. He actually liked that bastard brat quite a lot, so he did not want him to die early because of some accident. This brat could break through the shackles of this world and reach a higher level of mutant. Meng Wuya really wanted to see just how far he could grow. How could he break through at such a critical moment? Xianing Chang was about to cry. There was clearly still a battle going on over there, but Yang Kai was about to break through and undergo the baptism of world energy. If he was disturbed by someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe he comprehended some mysteries during the battle. Meng Wuya sighed. Opportunities were things that could only be encountered, not sought. Yang Kai breaking through his shackles at this critical moment could be considered a blessing. Since the breakthrough was imminent, there was no way to suppress it, so he could only let nature take its course. After a pause, Meng Wuya said, "Don't worry. If there really is a moment of danger, this old master will not sit idly by." Xianing Chang nodded gently, her pair of beautiful eyes turning towards the other side. Although there was no light in War City, for a powerful cultivator, they could still see some things. On the other side, Yang Zhao also suddenly woke up and stared at Yang Kai strangely, asking in a trembling voice, "Ninth brother, you're not about to break through, are you?" Yang Kai looked up at him, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Tang Yuxian's expression shook as she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Yang Zhao laughed bitterly as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth. "Do you think second brother will let you break through and let you become stronger?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head. "If second brother wants to stop me, then stop me, as long as you can afford the price." Yang Zhao's expression became cold, his eyes filled with dread and hesitation. He couldn't make up his mind whether or not to start a full-scale war with Yang Kai here. With just him and the two blood warriors, it was impossible to stop Yang Kai. At this moment, he was already so terrifying. Once he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would only become even more powerful. At that time, Yang Zhao may never be able to catch up to him. Right now was a great opportunity. If he didn't take it, Yang Zhao felt he might regret it for the rest of his life. Hong long long. The sound of thunder rang out again and Yang Kai's face changed slightly, becoming somewhat pained. Above his head, the rolling black clouds slowly rotated, forming a huge vortex. From this vortex, an irresistible suction force emerged and pulled Yang Kai's body upwards. A violent, destructive, cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil aura burst out from Yang Kai's body as he rose, filling the entire War City, as if the city had suddenly become an Azura purgatory. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, about 60% of them suddenly felt their heartbeat accelerate at this moment as the evil energy hidden in their bodies began to stir. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop a few dozen meters above the ground, becoming motionless. The rotating black clouds began to rotate faster and faster. Suddenly, a jet-black energy descended from the sky and slammed into Yang Kai's body. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, and in just a few breaths of time, this violent destructive energy was completely swallowed up. Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to cope so easily, his hesitant expression suddenly becoming firm. Xiang Chu's voice suddenly rang out, "Second young master, this opportunity will never come again." Nan Shang had died right in front of him, so he was worried that he would follow in Nan Shang's footsteps. But now that Yang Kai had actually broken through at this critical moment, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, so naturally he was eager for Yang Kai to give the order to attack. If Yang Kai didn't die, he would die sooner or later. He was a man of his word. Moreover, Yang Kai, who was currently in the middle of a breakthrough, probably wouldn't have any spare energy to deal with him. Seeing this clearly, Xiang Chu naturally urged loudly. Chapter 523. Qiu Yiming and the others suddenly showed nervous expressions. They could all see Yang Zhao's restlessness. Moreover, under the influence of the evil energy in Yang Kai's body, it was difficult for Yang Zhao to adjust his mentality and properly deal with the situation in front of him. He had also been affected. As a Yang family young lord, he was the second eldest of the younger generation, but at this moment, his own achievements were far inferior to Yang Kai's, so he couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. This kind of negative emotion was magnified, causing Yang Zhao's eyes to become slightly red. Second young lord, if you don't act decisively, you will suffer. Xiang Chu coldly shouted, striking while the iron was hot. Yang Zhao finally made up his mind and nodded firmly, waving his hand towards the sky and coldly shouting, "Stop him at all costs." The two blood warriors next to Yang Zhao were startled, both of them showing a slightly awkward expression. As one of them had said before, all the blood warriors in the blood hall were very grateful to Yang Kai, but at this moment, Yang Kai was ordering them to stop Yang Kai's breakthrough, causing them to suddenly not know what to do. Yang Kai was now at a very critical juncture. If he was really disturbed during his breakthrough and failed, it was very likely he would die, his soul dissipating. Even if such a result didn't occur, it was likely his achievements would be halted at the Yuan Qi 9th stage. How could the two blood warriors bear to do such a thing? Both of them couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. However, in the end, Yang Zhao was still their young lord and their master. So when they heard this order, they had no choice but to act. Do you think this old master doesn't exist? The old demon snickered, watching the show from the sidelines. The old demon's blood had long ago been boiling with murderous intent, so when he saw Yang Zhao issue such an order regardless of the consequences, he immediately shouted coldly and joined forces with Tang Yuxian to block the two blood warriors. Yang Zhao, you're insane. Qiu Yiming was also enraged, and with a shout, she led everyone in the house into the sky and surrounded Yang Kai, vowing to protect his safety. Whoever dares block me will die. Yang Zhao's expression became ferocious as he issued an order to his cultivator to attack. After the evil in his heart had been magnified, Yang Zhao had no choice but to resort to any means necessary. At the back of the crowd, Xiang Chu grinned wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai, who seemed to be unable to move and could only accept the baptism of world energy, a look of pleasure appearing on his face. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, "Nansheng is dead. You can't run away today." Xiang Chu couldn't help retreating a few steps before immediately steadying himself and shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to scare me. You need to get through this difficult situation first." The cultivator on both sides had already begun to fight. Old Demon and Tang Yuxian had joined forces to not only resist the two blood warriors around Yang Zhao, but also the dozen or so immortal ascension boundary masters in his mansion. Although Qiu Yiming and the others were relatively few in number, they had gathered around Yang Kai to protect him, so for a short time they wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defenses. All kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating the Dark War City. Violent energy fluctuations filled the air as the offensive and defensive battle instantly began. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei shook his head with some pain. Second brother has gone too far. Lu Qingyao also nodded gently. Although the inheritance war could be fought by any means necessary, this was Yang Kai's most critical moment. If an accident were to happen, it would affect him for the rest of his life. Saying so, Yang Wei slowly stood up and threw away his disguise, revealing his true face. "Does eldest young lord want to take action?" Lu Qingyao squinted at him and asked faintly. "N." Yang Wei nodded. "As the Yang family's eldest young lord, I'll take action." Saying so, his figure flickered and he took the blood warriors around him and rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Qingyao was stunned for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Eldest young lord is really a gentleman?" Yang Wei said that he would take action as the Yang family's eldest young lord, not as the young lord of the inheritance war, which meant that he was only acting on his own behalf this time. He could have mobilized the troops in his house and taken this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai's mansion or join forces with the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion to attack Yang Zhao. But he didn't do so. Obviously, he didn't want to take advantage of this situation, which was worthy of Lu Qingyao's praise. A moment later, Yang Wei arrived at Yang Kai's side. When she saw him appear here, Xiao Yiming immediately became vigilant, coldly asking, "Eldest young lord, why are you here?" Yang Wei saw her suspicion and fear but didn't answer, instead just nodding to the blood warrior beside him. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warrior immediately rushed down and entered the chaotic battlefield. Xiao Yiming couldn't help blushing slightly. "Many thanks for eldest young lord's help." Yang Wei simply nodded, not bothering to claim credit. This scene was also captured by Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart, nodding to his eldest brother. The two brothers glanced at each other, understanding each other without words. Down below, Xiang Chu had been constantly provoking Yang Kai, trying to disturb Yang Kai's current state of mind. He didn't have the courage to rush up, so he could only use this despicable method to vent the uneasiness and anger in his heart. It would be best if he could destabilize Yang Kai's state of mind and cause him to fail his breakthrough. That was the scene he most desired to see. On Yang Kai's side, everyone's faces became ugly as they heard Xiang Chu's obscenities, but none of them could find the time to attack him, causing Xiang Chu to become more and more arrogant and unbridled. Yang Kai shot him a disgusted look before suddenly reaching out and taking out a small figure made of light blue hair and flicking it a few times. In the distance, among the crowd of onlookers, a petite woman wearing a black robe suddenly screamed, stretching out her hands and covering her forehead, looking towards the sky with an aggrieved and helpless expression. Up in the air, Yang Kai flicked his finger again. The woman no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly rushed forward, shouting loudly, "I'm coming, stop!" Hearing her exasperated voice, Yang Kai's movements also stopped. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue, Shui Ling took a deep breath, her eyes filled with anger as she ground her teeth. "You bastard! What do you want to do? Help me this time and I'll give this back to you." Yang Kai endured the tremendous pain and said while waving the small figure in his hand. "Really?" Shui Ling was overjoyed, looking at him excitedly and expectantly. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed out the figurine made from her hair. Shui Ling snatched it up and hugged it tightly like it was some kind of precious treasure, unable to stop herself from laughing out loud. Ever since she had been tortured by this soul-capturing curse several times, Shui Ling had hated this thing to the bone and had always dreamed that one day she would be able to steal it from Yang Kai and regain her freedom. That was why she had stayed in War City, secretly looking for an opportunity. But after such a long time, Shui Ling had never found a suitable opportunity, not even daring to set foot in Yang Kai's house. However, she didn't expect that today's unforeseen event would allow her to easily achieve her wish. Shui Ling suddenly felt that the shackles binding her had disappeared as soon as the small figure appeared in her hand and she had regained her freedom. Solemnly taking the little doll into her chest and patting it lightly, Shui Ling finally calmed down. Tilting her small head, she stared at Yang Kai curiously, grinning meaningfully as she asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll take it and run away?" "Do as you wish. Without your help, I won't have any problems. However, those who dare to fool me have never had a good end." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shui Ling spat disdainfully. "At this time, you're still in the mood to talk big, humph?" After pausing for a moment, she added, "But you're lucky you didn't misjudge me. This lady isn't the kind of person who goes back on her word." Although Yang Kai had tortured her many times, each time he had done so, he had only made her feel a little pain and had never injured her. What's more, while the small figure had been under Yang Kai's control for such a long time, if Yang Kai really wanted to do something to her, Shui Ling would have been powerless to resist. It was for this reason that Shui Ling realized that this man wasn't too hateful, he was only controlling her because he was afraid of her. "Speak. What do you want me to do?" Shui Ling asked. "Grab that man for me." Yang Kai glanced towards Xiang Chu from afar. "A piece of cake." Shui Ling giggled and with a wave of her hand, a nearly transparent stream of water suddenly shot out. This stream of water was like a sentient rope, bypassing the chaotic crowd and accurately wrapping around Xiang Chu, who was still yelling incessantly. Xiang Chu was shocked and quickly pushed his Yuan Qi to resist, but how could he resist the methods of an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sever the binding of this stream of water. Come here, Shui Ling shouted as she pulled Xiang Chu towards her. Xiang Chu screamed in panic as he was quickly pulled over to Shui Ling's side. Be a good boy and don't move, otherwise I'll teach you a lesson. Shui Ling wrinkled her delicate nose, grabbing Xiang Chu's shoulder and tossing him over to Yang Kai. Her movements relaxed, as if she had just done something trivial. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Xiang Chu's face suddenly went pale as he desperately tried to escape. Ninth young lord, please spare my life. Yang Kai sneered. Regretting now? It's too late. Yes. From the dark clouds in the sky, another jet of black energy fell and blasted into Yang Kai's body. Under this violent energy, Xiang Chu, who had just approached Yang Kai, was immediately affected, his exposed skin quickly spreading a layer of black qi as his eyes bulged, as if a great force was about to erupt from his body. Asterisk voila. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Xiang Chu's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. The fierce battle suddenly paused as everyone stared at the bloody light blooming in the sky, none of them having expected that the Xiang family's young lord would die so miserably. First, Nansheng was killed. Now Xiang Chu's body was also destroyed. Yang Kai had really done what he said he would do. Even Yang Zhao couldn't protect these two people. We're even, Shui Ling said proudly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and slowly closed his eyes. With his breakthrough imminent, he didn't have time to pay attention to the outside world. At this moment, all he could do was endure the baptism of world energy and wait for the opportunity to open his knowledge, to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Chapter 524. After Xiang Chu was killed, the destructive energy contained in the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been completely activated, and one after another, it continued to bombard Yang Kai, causing everyone to tremble in fear, wondering if the Yang family's youngest young lord would be able to obtain a new life in this baptism or be destroyed. Yang Zhao stared blankly at the sky and roared, Big brother, are you also standing on ninth brother's side? Yang Wei shook his head and coldly said, It's not that big brother wants to stand on ninth brother's side, second brother. You've gone too far. Wake up and think about what you're doing now. In the inheritance war, there's nothing I can't do. Of course I know what I'm doing. Yang Zhao coldly snorted. Yang Wei's face filled with disappointment as he bitterly said, If you want to protect Nansheng and Xiang Chu from ninth brother, big brother has nothing to say. But if you want to ruin ninth brother's achievements, big brother can't. Just sit back and watch. I think, if it was ninth brother, he wouldn't have disturbed you while you were breaking through to a new great realm. Yang Zhao was startled, his crimson eyes becoming slightly sober for a moment, a look of pain appearing on his face, but soon it was replaced by a ferocious expression, replaced by one of incomparable madness. He couldn't stabilize his state of mind now. If he was sober, he might have realized something, but right now, the only thought in his mind was to defeat Yang Kai, driving all of his willpower. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk while the two brothers were talking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this explosion, the incomparable demonic qi once again spread out from Yang Kai's body. This time, it was even denser than before, making it even more difficult to resist. Under the influence of this aura, all the cultivators found it difficult to suppress the evil in their hearts, even the immortal ascension boundary masters. The old demon laughed wildly, shuttling through this demonic qi like a fish in water, his own strength suddenly rising to a new level. What's going on with this little brat? In the distance, Meng Wuya muttered to himself with a dignified expression. He had never known that Yang Kai had gathered so much demonic qi in his body, so where had his true Yang Yuan qi gone? That should have been the nemesis of this demonic qi. Is there any danger, master? Xianing Chong was so anxious that he was about to cry. Even though she was so far away, she was still affected by the evil energy. The light blue gem on her forehead was emitting a gentle light, dispelling the darkness around her. I don't know. Meng Wuya was also confused. His consciousness should be immersed in his mind right now. I can't control the energy in my body at all. This time, he was promoted. Unlike the usual breakthroughs, this time, it was a breakthrough to the mental wander realm, which could open up the cultivator's own sea of knowledge. Right now, Yang Kai's consciousness was definitely in his mind. He couldn't control his body at all. He couldn't control the energy in his body, so the evil energy naturally surged out crazily. It's not good if this continues. Seeing that the battle was getting more and more violent and bloody, Meng Wuya's face showed deep worry. He wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could safely survive this tribulation, but rather about what would happen to all the people in War City after they were affected by this evil energy. If the tens of thousands of people in War City changed their minds because of Yang Kai's promotion, he would become a sinner for all eternity. Spreading out his divine sense, Meng Wuya's expression became more and more gloomy. He noticed that in all directions of War City, there were battles taking place. These people may have nothing to do with the inheritance war, but after Yang Kai's energy drew out their evil energy, they couldn't control their emotions. They were also unable to control their emotions. Even the slightest bit of disagreement could lead to a huge conflict. At this moment, the entire battle seemed to be a bit chaotic, with flashes of light and swords everywhere and blood splashed everywhere. And as time went on, the situation would only get worse and worse, unless Yang Kai could take back the demonic qi into his body. A single person's promotion could actually affect an entire city. This was truly a legend. Meng Wuya was also deeply shocked. Suddenly, his expression changed. Staring towards the center of War City, he sighed. They've finally been alarmed. Who were they alarmed? Xianing Chang asked eagerly. A few old fools. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and said, Disciple, you go back to the house first. I'm afraid it won't be safe here. I don't want to go back. Xianing Chang shook her head and looked towards Yang Kai's direction. Junior brother is still there. Go back. Meng Wuya looked at her. Don't worry. I'll bring Yang Kai back safely. Xianing Chang hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Master, if you can't bring him back, disciple might as well die. Saying so, she rushed towards Yang Kai's house like a whirlwind. She knew that if she stayed, not only would she not be able to help Yang Kai, but she would also become a burden to her master, so she didn't dare to linger. Looking at her disappearing back, Meng Wuya smiled bitterly, really wondering what he owed Yang Kai for him to go to such lengths. In the distance, 8 figures flew towards Yang Kai. Meng Wuya sighed lightly and also flew over. These 8 figures belonged to the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, each of them 100 or 200 years old. Normally, they would sit in the Seal Temple and pay no attention to external affairs. Today, they didn't want to get involved in this conflict. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai's life and death battle had nothing to do with them. But now, they couldn't sit still. The entire War City was covered in demonic qi, affecting everyone to some extent, forcing them to come forward to deal with this matter. The expressions of these 8 people were indifferent, but some of them seemed to have been disturbed by Yang Kai and were not in a very good mood. Flying not far from Yang Kai, the 8 people came to a stop. No one had noticed the approach of these 8 people, so when they suddenly appeared, everyone was startled. Enough! Yang Li Ting shouted faintly. With this shout, the cultivator from Yang Kai's and Yang Zhao's forces who were fiercely attacking each other stopped, as if there was some kind of magical power contained in this shout that forcibly stopped their movements. Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he quickly bowed. Greetings, 8 seniors. Yang Zhao's eyes turned red as he quickly restrained the ferocious expression on his face, becoming docile as he also bowed respectfully. In front of these 8 people, he didn't dare act rashly. Lu Qingyao from the tea house also quickly flew out and took the initiative to greet them. Everyone behaved quite respectfully. Yang Li Ting glanced over at Yang Zhao lightly, his expression indifferent as he waved his hand and sent a burst of energy into Yang Zhao's body. Under the influence of this energy, Yang Zhao's eyes immediately regained clarity as he stared at everything in front of him in a daze, recalling his orders and actions just now, sweat dripping down his forehead. After waking up, Yang Zhao finally regained his senses. Unable to bear a trivial amount of demonic qi, how can such a person be qualified to become a Yang family young lord? Yang Li Ting snorted. Yang Zhao paled, lowering his head and cupping his fists. I've disappointed Grand Elder. Yang Li Ting snorted and didn't even look at him. Yang Zhao couldn't help going pale as he felt ashamed. This kind of disregard made him feel tormented in his heart, and he couldn't help feeling that he really wasn't as good as his ninth brother. As soon as this thought appeared, Yang Zhao quickly dispelled it, afraid that he would be affected again. If that really happened, he would no longer be able to stand out in the Yang family in the future. You're not bad. Yang Li Ting glanced over at Yang Wei and nodded gently. Yang Wei remained calm and said, Grand Elder is overpraising me. Yang Zhao, for various reasons, had been affected by the demonic qi while Yang Wei had been able to maintain his composure. Naturally, Yang Li Ting was impressed. This little girl is also not bad. The slightly chubby old man looked at Qiu Yiming and smiled meaningfully. She was also one of the few people who had not been affected by Yang Kai. My Qiu family's people are naturally not bad. Qiu Daorin's face showed a trace of pride. Qiu Yiming's performance also made him quite satisfied. Greetings, Grand Elder. Qiu Yiming stepped forward and immediately asked, May I ask what purpose these 8 seniors have in coming here? As she spoke, her face was filled with nervousness. The 8 of them had always kept a low profile and didn't care about worldly affairs, but now they had suddenly appeared. It was obviously because of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's state was also somewhat abnormal. The 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water, especially the elders, who abhorred the devil race. So how could Qiu Yiming not worry when they saw Yang Kai in his current state? Qiu Daorin's expression became serious as he said, What do you want to do? You'll have to ask Brother Yang. After all, this is his Yang family's fault. Qiu Yiming immediately turned her eyes to Yang Li Ting. The latter didn't say a word as he stared at Yang Kai, who was being baptized by the violent world energy, his expression gradually becoming cold. Qiu Yiming couldn't help feeling her heart clench as a feeling of uneasiness spread through her body. His expression right now was clearly one of extreme disgust, but Yang Kai was still a member of the Yang family, a junior of Yang Li Ting. If it had been anyone else in this situation, they would have long since been killed. Old dog, you'd better not have any ideas about my young master, otherwise, this old master won't agree. The old demon seemed to not know the difference between life and death as he grinned towards Yang Li Ting. Everyone's expression changed. Someone actually dared to speak such nonsense in front of an above immortal ascension boundary elder. When they heard the old demon's words, all 8 of them turned to look at him at the same time, their divine senses instantly locking onto the old demon. The old demon's demonic qi burst out fiercely, resonating with the demonic qi in Yang Kai's body, causing everyone to feel as if the end of the world had arrived. His demonic secret art, did he cultivate it with you? Yang Li Ting didn't put the old demon in his eyes at all, and asked lightly, Hehe, you're wrong. The old demon slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest fear. This old master's ability is not enough to teach the young master. His achievements are all his own. Your Yang family being able to produce a person like the young master is your blessing. You must cherish him. The future of your Yang family depends on the young master. Chapter 525. In front of everyone's eyes, the old demon spouted nonsense in front of these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, causing everyone to stare at him curiously. Ignorant fool. Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, waving his hand and sending out a palm strike. Under this palm strike, the old demon couldn't help but shrink back, almost falling to the ground, but he still managed to hold on. On the other hand, the blood demon puppet not far from him suddenly exploded, just like Xiang Chu, disintegrating into nothingness. The old demon's eyes suddenly flashed a cold light as he glared at Yang Li Ting. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters all looked startled, none of them having expected the old demon to have such a strong ability to resist pressure. Even if Yang Li Ting hadn't used his full strength, it was still not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could resist. At the very least, the blood demon puppet should have spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. However, the old demon had only shrunk back slightly. This was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could accomplish. Although Yang Li Ting had long been dissatisfied with the old demon, he was still one of the top masters here. Since his first attack had failed, he couldn't bring himself to continue attacking the old demon, so he just coldly snorted and ignored him. The old demon grinned fiercely as he stared at Yang Li Ting with a dangerous look in his eyes. The blood demon puppet was not easy to refine, but it had been smashed to pieces by Yang Li Ting with a single palm strike, so he was naturally annoyed. Considering Yang Kai's current state and situation, the old demon could only swallow his anger, not daring to tangle with him any further. Senior Yang, Xiao Yimeng called out cautiously, her heart uneasy. Pursing her dry lips, she whispered, Yang Kai is currently in the process of breaking through. If you have any advice, can you tell this junior first? Junior will definitely pass on your message later. She could tell what Yang Li Ting was thinking, but she didn't dare confirm it, so she could only use such words to buy some time for Yang Kai and hope that Yang Li Ting wouldn't be too harsh on him. However, Yang Li Ting didn't care about her at all. His eyes were still staring straight at Yang Kai, who was receiving the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. His expression was as cold as before. Ever since Yang Kai's consciousness had entered his mind, the evil energy within the unyielding golden skeleton had been continuously pouring out. At this time, not only did it not show any signs of stopping, it was actually becoming more and more intense. Yang Li Ting's brow furrowed while the expressions of the other 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters also became ugly. Brother Yang, I'm afraid that this kid has really become the demon race. The fat old man sighed. What a pity for such a good seedling. He had already asked Yang Lighting to stop Yang Kai's riot, but Yang Lighting didn't listen. It had been delayed until now, and there was no turning back. But why is there such a huge amount of evil qi in his body? The other person frowned and was puzzled. It was impossible for a 9th stage Yuan Qi cultivator to possess so much Yuan Qi. Yang Kai's dantian and meridians were not bottomless pits. Such a huge amount of energy was almost comparable to that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master, and it was still bursting out. It seems that he has been cultivating this evil secret art for quite some time. An old man with a dark red face said, turning to look at Yang Li Ting, Brother Yang, what are you going to do? Hurry up and make a decision. If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid the tens of thousands of people in War City will fall into the demon path. Although he is a descendant of your Yang family, we can't allow him to cause so much suffering. I don't need you to tell me. Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, apparently having a plan. Senior, what are you going to do? Xiao Yimeng quickly stepped forward and asked, her heart becoming more and more uneasy and worried. Xiao Yimeng frowned and slowly stretched out his hand. Xiao Yimeng suddenly felt herself being bound by an invisible force and pulled towards Xiao Yimeng. Grand Elder, Xiao Yimeng's beautiful face paled. This is the Yang family's business, don't interfere. Xiao Yimeng slowly shook his head, and as he spoke, he sent a wisp of energy into Xiao Yimeng's body. Xiao Yimeng suddenly froze in place, unable to move or speak, only able to watch helplessly, her eyes filled with panic and anxiety. You little brat, shut up for me. The above immortal ascension boundary master from the Hua family saw Huastars act recklessly and quickly pulled him to his side to imprison him. Huastars couldn't help rolling his eyes. The 2 young lords and young ladies from Yang Kai's 8 great families instantly lost their right to speak, causing the rest of the people present to immediately realize that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. These 8 people obviously wanted to do something to Yang Kai, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to do so. Brother Yang, there's no time to lose. If you want to act, then act quickly. Someone urged, his face filled with impatience. They had all been sitting in the Seal Temple and only cared about their own cultivation, hoping to pry into a higher realm while they were still alive. But now that they had been disturbed by Yang Kai, they had no choice but to act, so naturally some of them were unhappy. Not everyone was like the fat old man. Siqing sympathized with Yang Kai's situation and felt sorry for his poor aptitude. Yang Li Ting nodded gently and glanced at the leaders of the younger generation gathered not far away from Yang Kai. Get out of the way. At this critical moment, Dong Qinghan stepped forward, his slightly chubby face filled with nervousness, but he still firmly stood in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he asked, "What does Senior want to do? Can you tell us?" The Hu sisters also stepped forward and stood beside Dong Qinghan, staring towards Yang Liting seriously. The four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Zhuofang from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, and the 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duanmu family. Everyone stepped forward and lined up in a line. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't help feeling surprised. None of them had expected Yang Kai's popularity to be so good. Even at this critical moment, there were still people who dared to speak up for him. They believed that if Qiu Yiming and Xinghua hadn't been imprisoned, they would definitely have been one of them, and would have even been the 2 leaders. Yang Liting didn't become angry, just nodding gently and patiently saying, "I want to stop him from breaking through." Hearing this, Dong Qinghan asked in amazement, "Why? If Yang Kai's breakthrough was stopped here, his cultivation may be completely crippled, and he would be reduced to an ordinary mortal, falling from the clouds into the lowest level of the world. Such a blow was likely unbearable." Yang Liting slowly shook his head. He has already become the demon race. Once he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he will become an existence like him. Saying so, he pointed to the old demon and continued, "My 8 great families are sworn enemies of the demon race. We cannot allow such a person to appear in our family." "Is this just Senior's conjecture?" Dong Qinghan frowned. Yang Liting's expression suddenly became unpleasant, coldly snorting, "This is the experience of this old master and others, something that has happened before." Among the 8 great families, it wasn't as if there had never been someone who cultivated an evil cultivation technique. Every person who cultivated an evil cultivation technique would grow as their strength grew. The stronger they were, the more evil they would become. Once such a person appeared, the 8 great families would take advantage of the time when they were still young to destroy them or cripple their cultivation to prevent future troubles. Just because it happened before doesn't mean it will happen this time. Dong Qinghan's mood also became agitated. Because of this reason, these 8 people actually wanted to kill Yang Kai, who was at the peak of his cultivation? In any case, he couldn't accept this. "This old master didn't come here to reason with you. You don't have the qualifications." Yang Liting's patience had reached its limit. The only reason he had explained so much was because he had seen how loyal they were to him, so his heart had been moved. Now, a group of young people were actually standing in front of him, not allowing him to clean up the sect. How could Yang Liting not be angry? "I believe that Yang Kai will control his own heart and will not fall into the evil Tao." Dong Qinghan shouted. "We also believe." The Hu sisters shouted in unison. "So do we." Hearing these 2 voices in unison, everyone couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Yang Zhao was momentarily stunned. The forces he had gathered were several times greater than Yang Kai's. However, Yang Zhao felt that if he were in Yang Kai's position right now, the people he had gathered wouldn't be as determined to protect him as Dong Qinghan and the Hu sisters. His relationship with these forces was only a matter of future interests. On the other hand, his 9th brother seemed to be sincere friends who could share weal and woe with him. Perceiving this, Yang Zhao's mouth filled with bitterness as he stared at the unconscious Yang Kai wrapped in black qi, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. Yang Zhao also wanted such a friend. Yang Wei frowned and bowed. "Grand Elder, just now 9th brother was also surrounded by demonic qi, but Disciple saw that his consciousness was quite clear and he had not lost his mind. How about, there's no place for you to speak?" Yang Liting shouted coldly. "Yes." Yang Wei helplessly shut his mouth. "If Senior really wants to destroy Yang Kai, he will first have to pass through us." Dong Qinghan took a deep breath and calmed his expression, showing an unflinching expression. The others also did the same. Qiu Yiming, who had been imprisoned, couldn't help but shed some tears as she stared at these people with satisfaction. Huastars also looked excited, his blood boiling. It was more appropriate to describe the current situation as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But for some reason, This seemingly overconfident confrontation had won the favor of the eldest son of the Hua family. It made him wish that he could stand on the other side himself. He was excited and knew that he was courting death, but he still did not turn back. The Hua family young lord suddenly felt like he was being cheapskate. Just with you lot? Yang Li Ting slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master, so although these people had a lot of people, wanting to stop him was nothing but a fool's dream. If they aren't enough, what if we join in? A voice suddenly called out, and 7 figures quickly flew over. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk these 7 people were like meteorites falling from the sky, bringing with them a violent aura, landing in a line in front of Dong Qing Han and the others. Dong Qing Han's eyes lit up, and his tense mood couldn't help relaxing. Because these 7 people were none other than Yang Kai's 7 blood warriors who weren't qualified to participate in the inheritance war. Led by Tu Feng, Chu Gaoyi, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yinling Xing, Wu Ju, Fu Cong. All of them had come. Chapter 526. The appearance of these 7 masters suddenly made Dong Qing Han and the others relax a lot. Just relying on a group of young people to fight against an above immortal ascension boundary master was enough to frighten them, but now that 7 masters had appeared, they couldn't help feeling like they had a backbone. Tang Yuxian also flew over to Tu Feng's side. In addition to Ying Jiao, who was currently missing, the remaining 8 were gathered here. Facing 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, none of them showed any fear. 8 against 8. Although the number was equal, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The 8 people facing them were all above immortal ascension boundary masters, the grand elders of the 8 great families. Of the 8 blood warriors, 4 were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, while the other 4 were immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters. Mad Tyrant blood skill. As soon as Tu Feng and the others arrived, they didn't hesitate and directly used the Yang family blood warriors' forbidden technique. A violent energy fluctuation spread out, causing a red glow to appear on each of their faces as their vitality rapidly soared. Yang Zhao and the spectating cultivator were all dumbfounded. 7 blood warriors using Mad Tyrant blood skill together. What kind of spectacular scene was this? Blood warriors were synonymous with powerhouses and were basically invincible within their own ranks. When they fought, unless they encountered some special circumstances, they would only use their forbidden techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't use them. It could be said that seeing a single blood warrior use Mad Tyrant blood skill was already a feast for the eyes. But now, 7 of them were simultaneously using it. The combined momentum and energy almost caused the entire War City's world energy aura to become chaotic. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters were also slightly shocked, none of them having expected them to be able to achieve this level. Impudence. Yang Li Ting roared, "Do you know what kind of status you have? Grand Elder, please forgive us." Tu Feng's face flushed red as his vitality soared. Although Grand Elder is a Yang family Grand Elder, we are also Yang family blood warriors. But since the Elder Hall has ordered us to follow the Little Lord, we are his people. At this moment, naturally we must protect him. In your eyes, his safety is more important than the family's honor? Yang Li Ting looked ahead with a cold expression. The 8 blood warriors nodded at the same time, Tang Yuxian quickly saying, "Grand Elder, according to the Elder Hall's orders, we are now only loyal to the Little Lord. His safety is naturally more important than the family's honor. If anything happens to him, even if we die 10,000 deaths, we cannot absolve ourselves of blame. If this Jinri has offended you in any way, I hope Grand Elder can forgive us." "How dare you?" Yang Li Ting laughed in anger, his face twitching slightly. With his status and strength, no one had ever dared to disobey him. The Yang family's blood warriors were the Yang family's golden signboard, synonymous with loyalty, but he had never expected that today, the blood warriors who were regarded as the Yang family's right-hand men would actually go all out to oppose him. Especially under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yang Li Ting suddenly felt that his dignity had been violated. Foolish loyalty. The above immortal ascension boundary elder who had previously urged Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, somewhat disdainful of the blood warriors acting so foolishly. In his opinion, Although the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were powerful and loyal, in certain situations they appeared somewhat stubborn, such as the current situation. We have no intention of rebelling, but if seniors want to embarrass the little lord, we won't agree. Tu Feng stared at the 8 people in front of him and slowly shook his head. Even if you add on, you aren't qualified to stop this elder. Yang Li Ting shouted angrily, seemingly determined to clean up the sect here. What if you count this old man in as well? A voice that seemed to be faintly discernible came from afar as it approached. Hearing this voice, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders couldn't help looking towards the source of this voice. From the darkness, there seemed to be a figure floating like an immortal, leisurely walking over, his expression calm and confident. This figure didn't walk very fast, but after only a few steps, he arrived in front of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Whether it was intentional or not, the position this figure stood mid-air was higher than the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Standing still, this figure looked down at the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders with a calm expression. Yang Li Ting's expression became dignified as he stared at Meng Wuya, his brow gradually furrowing. Although this person in front of them was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, they felt that he wasn't simple. The few steps he took seemed to be taken casually, but they were actually in harmony with the heavenly way, impossible to trace. This kind of mysterious feeling was difficult even for these above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families to comprehend. How could a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator have such a profound understanding of the martial Tao? Everyone was secretly shocked. Regarding the existence of Meng Wuya, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders were well aware. After all, he had been in War City for some time now, but their understanding of him was limited to his cultivation. All of them thought he was just an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator. But now that they saw him, the 8 of them realized that this peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder was not ordinary. Facing him, even someone as strong as Yang Li Ting felt a sense of crisis and pressure from the bottom of his heart, as if they were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be his opponent. There's also this old master. Another voice called out. This time, the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a little frightened. When Meng Wuya appeared, they were more or less aware. The powerful divine senses of the 8 Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders permeated every corner of War City, so naturally they were able to detect his aura. However, the person who spoke now seemed to have appeared out of thin air, not leaking the slightest bit of his aura. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders absolutely wouldn't have been able to detect him. Being able to hide from them, there was no need to guess the cultivation of this person. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder. Only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder could accomplish this. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder had actually been hiding in War City. If this person had the intention to harm the younger generation of War City, the consequences. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this person didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Turning their heads, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders saw an old man with white hair and beard walking out from the other side. Just like Meng Wuya's appearance, his appearance was eye-catching and shocking. What made the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders slightly puzzled was that the heavenly way this old man's footsteps seemed to be somewhat similar to the one who had just appeared. The old man stood a few dozen meters away and stared at Meng Wuya with a smile. Treasurer Meng smiled bitterly and shook his head. I knew you were in War City, but now you finally couldn't hold back, right? The old man smiled apologetically. I've troubled Brother Meng this time. It was really inconvenient for me to appear. I know. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. I must also thank Brother Meng for discussing the martial Tao with me these past 10 years. Since breaking through, I've benefited greatly. Many things I didn't understand before are now clear to me. No need to be so serious. Meng Wuya smiled lightly. There's no need for the 2 of us to be so polite. Seeing these 2 disregarding all the heroes in the world, instead reuniting here and chatting happily, the faces of the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families suddenly became ugly. These two clearly didn't put them in their eyes at all. Although they were annoyed, from the brief conversation between these two, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders also heard something unusual. These two seemed to be old acquaintances, and this above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder seemed to be quite polite to the one who had appeared first. What was going on? In terms of cultivation, shouldn't the latter be lower? What qualifications did he have to discuss the martial Tao with the former? Why should the former be so grateful? Yet he still acted as if this was a matter of course, not taking credit for himself. Everyone couldn't help feeling confused. Dare I ask for your honored names? Xiao Daorin asked with a dignified expression. Although they were certain that these two had no malicious intentions and had only come out to protect Yang Kai, facing such powerful masters, they still wanted to know their identities and origins. Meng Wuya smiled lightly and said, High Heaven Pavilion's Contribution Hall Treasurer, Meng Wuya. This self-introduction made all those who didn't know Meng Wuya's background feel like their cheeks were cramping. Treasurer, a trivial treasurer, actually had such an imposing aura and cultivation. Was this High Heaven Pavilion really a sect filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers? And this one? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Daoran turned to the other old man. The old man nodded lightly. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su. The faces of the 8 great families' masters all changed dramatically. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su. The only master from a second-class sect who was able to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. In all of the world's historical records, this was a unique distinction. There had never been a record of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master from a second-class sect. Even the Liu family's Liu Si had only broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary after the Liu family had been promoted to a first-class family. It was also thanks to the guidance and promotion of the Chiu family's masters that he was able to achieve his current achievements. Ling Tai Su. These 3 words represented a legend, a living legend. Moreover, he had an apprentice. His apprentice was the current demon lord of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. He controlled a 10 million kilometer radius and had 6 great evil kings as his subordinates. When the demon lord was enraged, the heavens and earth would change and countless lives would be lost. So when they heard Ling Tai Su's name, the 8 of them couldn't help feeling tense up, especially Qiu Daoran. His Qiu family had led people to High Heaven Pavilion and burned down their sect. Now that their sect master was standing here, it was clear that there was some enmity between them. If a fight really broke out, War City would likely be finished. However, what the 8 of them couldn't understand was that this Ling Tai Su had clearly broken through not long ago. So how could his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao be even deeper than theirs? If not for this, how could they not have noticed the existence of Ling Tai Su? These 8 people, each of them had been promoted for at least 50 years. In these 50 years, it could not be said that their strength had not improved at all, but compared to Ling Tai Su, that little bit of improvement was simply insignificant. How did he do it? So it is Brother Ling. Qiu Daoren calmed his expression and nodded gently. I have long heard of your great name. I wouldn't dare. Ling Tai Su smiled gently, not intending to pick a fight, instead acting extremely humble. If we really want to talk about it, all of you are this Ling's seniors. I am indebted to seniors for thinking so highly of me. Calling me Brother Ling is this Ling's honor. Chapter 527. Seeing Ling Tai Su's attitude, the masters from the 8 great families couldn't help smiling, the fat old man quickly saying, Brother Ling is too modest. The above Immortal Ascension boundary doesn't have seniority. All of us treat each other as equals. Speaking of which, the seniority of the 8 of us is quite chaotic. Yes, yes, yes. Someone chimed in. After a few words of courtesy, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. For what reason has Brother Ling appeared here? Yang Li Ting still wore a cold expression, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Naturally, it's for this little brat. Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, pointing to the position where Yang Kai was standing and saying, No matter what, I am still his Grand Master. At such a critical juncture when my disciple is breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, I naturally have to take care of him. N. You also want to protect him? N. Ling Tai Su nodded lightly. Yang Li Ting suddenly felt a bit awkward. The above immortal ascension boundary Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya with his strange aura, the old demon with his demonic chi, and the 8 blood warriors using their mad tyrant blood skill. The combined strength of these people was not something he could ignore. After an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warrior used their mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strength of 8 blood warriors couldn't be underestimated. Ling Tai Su's strength was obvious to all. Yang Li Ting estimated that if he were to fight him one-on-one, he would be at a disadvantage. That Meng Wuya was even more mysterious. Even Yang Li Ting didn't know how to evaluate his combat effectiveness. On top of that, the old demon was also eyeing him covetously. This battle, if they really fought, even if they could win, it would lead to the destruction of War City. Yang Li Ting's eyes, which had always been as sharp as an eagle's, finally trembled as they pierced through the endless darkness towards Yang Kai. He couldn't understand how this young man from his family could actually gather so many powerful experts to speak up for him and help him deal with the situation. Friends, may I speak a few words? Ling Tai Su's expression became solemn. Please speak, Brother Ling, Qiu Daoren nodded. Facing an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator like Ling Tai Su, these people no longer had any status. Ling Tai Su was qualified to speak to them as equals. The reason several of you want to prevent my grand disciple from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary is because you are afraid that after he obtains great strength, his temperament will change and he will fall into the demonic path, becoming neither human nor ghost and wreaking havoc everywhere. Everyone nodded, admitting that Ling Tai Su was right. The old demon rolled his eyes and muttered discontentedly, "Those who can't control their own power and are enslaved by their own power are the true disciples of the evil devil. What's the big deal about practicing the evil arts? So what if you're full of evil chi? It's just that everyone's way of pursuing power is different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths should not conspire together. Cultivate your own path. Why deny and suppress others? A bunch of short-sighted people." Speak louder. At some unknown point, Shui Ling had run over to Old Demon's side and urged him, "If you speak so quietly, they won't be able to hear you." The old demon glared at her and grinned strangely. "You little girl, don't try to fool this old master. Don't think this old master can't see through your origins." Shui Ling was startled and asked in surprise, "You know?" "Humph, of course this old master knows. Not only does this old master know, that old fart Meng Wuya also knows. We all come from the same sky." The old demon coldly snorted, his face filled with pride. Shui Ling's eyes suddenly lit up as she grabbed onto Old Demon's arm, her face filled with tears as she excitedly asked, "Senior, do you know how to go back?" The old demon swept his eyes over her for a moment before chuckling meaningfully. "What's wrong? You can't go back? And I've been trapped here for a long time and haven't been able to figure out how to go back. If Senior knows how, can you tell me?" The old demon laughed proudly, his harsh laughter causing Shui Ling to feel as if her heart was being scratched by a cat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, but she couldn't help putting on a pitiful appearance and begging for sympathy. "I won't tell you." The old demon suddenly waved his hand. Shui Ling was startled, her red lips curling in disappointment as she asked, "Why?" The old demon shrugged his shoulders. "Because this old master wants to wait for young master." "Wait for him?" Shui Ling was stunned. "Do you think he can break through the shackles of this world?" The old demon snorted. "If young master can't, then no one can." Shui Ling's expression became dignified as she stared towards Yang Kai, nodding softly after a long time. "If it's this man, then it really is possible. Just wait and see. The longest is 10 years, the shortest is 3 or 5 years. Young master will definitely reach that point," the old demon said confidently, clearly looking forward to Yang Kai's future. Shui Ling's face went black and her body couldn't help softening. "That long? If you want to go back, you can wait, but whether young master wants to take you with him or not is not something this old master can decide. After all, you had some disagreements with him before. Young master is someone who holds grudges." The old demon glanced over at Shui Ling and slowly shook his head. Shui Ling thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that with this man's cruel temperament and realistic personality, he probably wouldn't be kind enough to take her with him, so she quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, senior." The old demon laughed. "Good, good." After a pause, he whispered, "Young master, although he holds grudges and his methods are fierce, he is also very kind to his friends. You've been in War City for so long, you should be able to see through his temperament." Shui Ling nodded gently, her eyes becoming slightly blurred. What happened this time was the best example of that. Shui Ling didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but she could roughly guess. For the sake of a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, Yang Kai was willing to go to such great lengths, even giving her the soul-capturing curse in exchange for her help in capturing Xiang Chu. From this, it could be seen that this young man was a man with a true temperament, cruel and bloodthirsty to his enemies, but generous to his friends. "Since you've seen through this, don't you know what to do?" The old demon looked at her meaningfully. Shui Ling's brow twitched and she immediately understood, quickly nodding, "I know. I also want to make him treat me as a friend." As long as she could become his friend, when the time came, would she still need to worry about him not taking her with him? Heh. The old demon laughed strangely. "Young master has never refused a woman, especially a beautiful woman. You shouldn't have any problems. I think with your background, you're a good match for young master, so make sure to work hard." Shui Ling's face reddened as she glared at the old demon. "What are you talking about? How could someone like him be worthy of this young lady?" The old demon sneered, 10 years from now, you won't have the qualifications to say such things." Shui Ling was stunned, secretly feeling that Suyi Demon was a bit too blindly optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't say anything more to him, instead making up her mind to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. While the two of them were talking, the other above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also discussing. Ling Taisu said, "This Ling feels that even if this grand disciple of mine breaks through, his temperament won't be affected." "What makes you think so?" Yang Li Ting coldly snorted. "Because he grew up right under my nose. I understand him better than any of you." Ling Taisu smiled lightly. He was different from the others. He had seen Yang Kai's demonic chi before and had also discussed this issue with Yang Kai, so he naturally had confidence in him. "What you say makes sense." Qiu Daoren nodded gently, stroking his beard as he pondered for a moment before asking, "But what if things develop as we expect? At that time, there will be no need for any of you to take action. This Ling will clean up his own sect." Ling Taisu's expression became solemn as he shouted, but suddenly his expression became somewhat gloomy. "My sect has already experienced such a situation once. I will absolutely not allow it to happen a second time." The masters from the 8 great families couldn't help frowning, knowing that the situation he was talking about was definitely the demon lord's, and couldn't help understanding his mood. "You can't even wait for this little bit of time, right?" Ling Tai-su looked at the 8 of them and asked. "Good." Yang Li Ting nodded heavily. "Then we'll do as you say. After he breaks through, if his temperament really changes, we'll have to trouble Brother Ling to take action. Rest assured, if that really happens, I'll cripple his cultivation. I didn't want to take his life." Yang Li Ting snorted lightly, no longer saying anything else as he and the other 7 waited quietly. Even if Yang Kai's temperament really changed after breaking through, he was still just an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. With so many masters here, could he grow wings and fly away? So waiting for a while wasn't a big deal. On the other hand, Ling Tai-su gently shook his head, not showing the slightest tension on his face. Obviously, he had full confidence in Yang Kai and wasn't worried about any accidents. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, the Blood Warriors, Dong Qing Han, and the others who had been blocking the 8 masters all breathed a sigh of relief. Only after letting out this sigh did everyone realize that they were soaked in cold sweat, the cold wind blowing past them, causing them to feel extremely cold. Confronting an above immortal ascension boundary master was something none of them had ever dared to think about before, but today, they had no choice but to do so. Ling Tai-su and Meng Longya both nodded slightly to them, causing everyone to quickly return to the Earth Travel Temple. Qiu Daoren released Qiu Yimeng, who had been imprisoned, while the Hua family master also released Hua Xing. The 2 of them quickly returned to their respective camps and commanded everyone to retreat. The cultivators from Yang Zhao's mansion also couldn't help retreating a certain distance. A moment later, only Ling Tai-su, Meng Wuya, and the 8 masters from the 8 great families remained beside Yang Kai. Just now, everyone had either been negotiating or watching the show and hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai. But now, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai. Only now did they realize how terrifying the baptism of world energy he had just endured was. A huge amount of energy poured down from the clouds and bombarded Yang Kai's body. This kind of world energy was enough to cause any peak immortal ascension boundary master to faint. But Yang Kai had been quietly floating below the clouds, his body producing a crazy suction force, like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of this world energy. There was no waste, nor was there any hardship. His body was able to cope with all of this with ease. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.